Greetings, adventurers, and welcome to another session of Beyond Bilica. Uh, in this session, we are going to explore those three individuals who are most important in the soon-to-be happenings of the Zodar trials. We will be following their adventures as they research and gain information um, for this upcoming event that uh, they only know a very little amount about so far. Um, and we are going to start um, by kind of zooming in to where we passed, near to where we passed left off with our friends Rune and Tad. Now, last we saw Rune and Tad, they were at the Roar and Relish, which had just been attacked by the Heralds of Havoc. Now we find Rune and Tad on a little ship, a ship that to Rune uh, honestly feels somewhat similar in at least brings some sense of normalcy back from his days sailing out on ships uh, back home. And this ship is only about maybe 10 feet uh, uh, or 10 feet on either side, so 20 feet long and like 40 feet in the wider direction. Uh, and on it is Rune, is Tad, is several clergymen, and they are transporting you guys with a couple of Harmonian guards just there to, uh, you know, look after every move that the Radiant Breacher makes. And uh, you're sailing down the flow. The behind you guys, you can hear still the giant waterfall hitting the land as it kind of splooshes and makes mist that you can still smell the scent of, even though you're kind of 100 feet out from it and leaving it behind. Um, so we are going to uh, start the session with uh, this little chat that Rune and Tad are having. They have just been informed by the clerics that are kind of up near the bow of the ship, being trying to solve some administrative activities, that they will be going towards the Canal of Faiths. And I guess in this moment, Tad is giving Rune some counsel on what might be going on. Now, before we start this conversation, I'm going to move us onto the world map. So let's see if this works, or the map of Bilica.
It's the map.
Okay.
It's the map. It's the map. It's the map. It's the
So
map.
if we zoom in here, this
That's
kind
a
of
big map.
red shield right here that I'm pinging on is kind of the ship that you guys are sailing down the river on. And uh for Tad, you haven't had much experience being on a ship before, and most of the ships that you have been on haven't been vessels that are made to sail the flow. They're vessels that are made to sail the void and spell jam out into the void a little bit, to better move people around Bilica. Um, and so it's quite interesting to you that sailing on this ship, you're so close to this amazing resource, the water of the flow, and it's a little bit tantalizing. You have a little bit of a little kid instinct to put your hand in the water and stuff and feel it wriggle onto your skin as it does. So for Grung, and with you needing to replenish the wetness on your skin every once in a while, water is definitely a precious resource to you. And so what are Rune and Tad talking about as they are seeing the waterfall from behind them and are now entering into this giant portion of shade that seems to the uh, cover the ground and almost turn things to darkness as the river kind of seems to bend into this darkness. Consider also asking for perception checks if you want to know anything more about uh, what you guys are seeing or taking in on a larger level. So yeah.
So, Ted, what's the procedure here for a trial? I feel like no one's really explained to me, who's on trial and how do they have a judge or a jury, or does someone vote, or how do they decide, like what what's what laws have been broken and what are the laws?
Gary,
Maybe you can start by describing what a trial looks like.
Well,
Gary, do you want to give me a history check?
I believe there will be an inquiry, but
A history check.
that
Yeah,
I'm
let
not
me.
sure. Zach would kind of have to clarify that a little
Gary, you
bit.
want to give me a history check for kind of trying to know if there's any legal precedent for what's happened so far?
Um,
Do you remember how to do that? I can
I'm kind of
do
I
it
don't
for
know
you.
where to do that.
Okay. You know where your character sheet is, right?
Yeah, I have my character sheet up, I think.
Okay. So on your character sheet, there should be a section in
Oh,
the
I see
side of
history.
skills. Yeah, it says history. So you click history, it should roll it.
Uh-huh. And then
There you go. With a 10 on your history check, um, you've researched a lot of historic cases over the past decades and things, but there's nothing that's been like this momentous. I mean, this is like the past decades have had a lot of legal things about how the source pact is forming and unifying all the various factions within it and all that. But this is um you know with the heralds of havoc attacking and potentially whatever this radiant breacher implies, is like the source pact now having to kind of deal with more external factors, and you're not as well versed in all of that. But you do know that the standard procedure for some kind of out out of the norm event like this is something called a special council, where the various different factals that represent the various different factions of the Source Pact will in the Hall of Speakers, which is where you normally speak and everything. They will elect slash self-elect six, due to the rule of six, speakers, and each of the speakers will represent some sort of aspect of the source uh, pact. And usually it's kind of like a one word aspect that they represent, and they can change depending on what the special council needs. But that kind of defines their role out of the six for that council. But you don't know exactly how all of that will work, but you do know that if you could get back to your office in the defensive order uh, offices, which is called the defense rest, um, there in your office would probably be a missive explaining all of this, because you guys have pretty you're always well versed in like the legal news of what's going on. Um,
So
so you're
after
kind
the
of
speakers,
anticipating, Tad, that someone will come and give you some information. There's an extensive courier network in Bilica, and you'll gain something. But with a 10, even with a 10 on your history, you look up at the sky and see the exploded remains of the Testine network, and know that couriers and twines and stuff will have a hard time now, harder time getting missives to the people that need them. So you may have to be a little bit more proactive about it. But yeah, so you kind of relay the special counsel part.
So as
so
I understand it, there's going to be an initial, inquiry that we're going to talk to the people at the Hall of
Speakers.
Justice or speakers, and this is kind of an unprecedented event, so we're going to have to get guidance and figure out where to go from there.
So in a normal trial at the Hall of Speakers, do these 6 people then vote to decide, or do they just speak and then someone else votes on whether a rule was broken or not?
Okay,
Like,
so
is there a judge or a jury, like, beyond just the speakers?
so Tad, you probably have heard of terms like judge before, though it's kind of synonymous with factal, which also means like is also used in different senses, like the leader of a certain faction. But jury is a word that you kind of assume is more what you're used to. But due to the Hall of Speakers being like a kind of 360 auditorium of sorts, and the nature of the ability to use the eon bands to vote for things, um, it's the way that most kind of Hall of Speaker arguments go is that a defensive order representative such as yourself, like takes a certain stance on a case, and uh, they compete against either their opposition or their multiple oppositions, and uh, try and convincingly prove their argument in a series of stages. And there's usually some sort of factal or counsel present to help kind of administrate all of that. But at the end of the day, it is those many people in attendance who are either there physically or are listening across the Lilitheric network that these big um, debates are cast upon, who are using their eon bands to kind of call in and vote on some of these things. And that is how a lot of the kind of more the bigger events and happenings occur, which you think would be similar to what you guys will be soon going into. Smaller injustices and trifles actually can happen in uh, in the Hall of Speakers as well. And sometimes, if it's those are usually only pertain to one particular faction, and so a factal can serve as a sort of judge for those. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so a lot of people are going to be voting. It's almost a direct democracy. Okay, uh, I I got a question. Well, so it sounds like you don't know whether I've actually broken any laws or not. It's unclear or unprecedented as to whether something's happening here. Is that correct?
That's what it sounds like. We'll
Okay,
have to
wonderful.
make arguments or
How?
Well,
Let me.
find out inquiries and make.
Tad, you do know that one big thing that people legally dispute about is madness, given that void madness is so prevalent, you know, in Bilica and beyond. And
Okay,
there's a
that makes
whole,
sense.
so that does have a lot of legal precedent, but and could be used, you know, and has been used in the past, potentially unfairly to kind of try and you know, lessen certain people's voices. And so that's always
the
something that you're worried about. But yeah,
so the clerics offered to cure me of my madness through spells. Can I take them up on that offer?
Tad, you know
To
that
me, that sounds like that's a bad idea because I think the curing you is sending you to the bad spots in
Tad, you would know that
Bilica.
you would know that there are spells that can cure madness. You don't particularly remember their names, but they're like fifth level or higher. Um, and a lot of them do work on people who are suffering from the basically 24-hour risk of madness, or even the 6-day risk of madness. But the many cases that come back of people who've been out in the void for like 36 days on end without ration usage, and are suffering from, you know, severe madness, those cases are permanent and beyond spell casting change. Yeah, and legally uh it's a it's interesting what you should advise here, because if you think Tad that a kind of that he's has madness that is like only onset madness, then that could easily be uh you know, waived with spell casting. And it's not it's not an everyday occurrence that someone's just willing to do that for you. I mean, that's pretty high level magic. Um,
Okay, I
but
guess I'm assuming too much here and should get more counsel before I give counsel.
yeah, but also, you know, if someone is cured of madness and then they keep showing signs of madness, then that's on almost definite, uh, you know, reason for why they should be defined as having the permanent madness. So yeah, it's
So,
iffy.
so if I'm cured but still show signs of madness, then they would
So
still
that's kind
consider
of a
me mad.
last.
All right. Okay. So in that case, the cure doesn't do anything if I'm not actually mad. Uh, they're
Kind of
judging
a
my
last
character, not
resort.
my disease.
Yeah. And so as you guys are kind of uh talking here about the potentials of all of this, it becomes pretty evident that you know, this is an unprecedented event, and that Tad is, you know, relatively inexperienced defensive board representative, thrust into a
Great.
pretty potentially big role here, and might need to, you know, go back and research some of the proceedings that are going to happen.
Okay.
Um,
Can I ask the cleric some questions?
yeah, they're there, kind of
How
whispering and looking at you and stuff.
how long did the Zodar meditate on this prophecy?
Oh, Radiant Breacher, we welcome your thoughts here. Um, yes, the Zodar, uh, the unspoken uh, protector of the Bank of Eons, uh, has been there since remembrance, since the bygone, uh, floating about the edifice of uh, economics that runs the uh, back end of the Source Pact, and has not spoken a single word or made a single sound in the several decades since the bygone. Uh, and not much is known of the Zodar's uh, kind of leanings, except for the fact that they heavily defend anyone who would dare pose
But
violence
he
towards
but he
the
spoke today. He spoke today. Is that correct?
correct before the uh,
So he
today
spoke today 6
he spoke
hours before I arrived, right?
correct, and he respoke one of the prophecies of the little red book, uh,
Did
which is
he
now
write the little red book?
oh no,
Okay.
no, the little red book uh, gives us wisdom from uh, potential realities beyond. Uh, we, as the clergy of the Canal of Faith, see the Little Red Book as a manner of guidance through which one can uh, induce faithful acts and show, walk the path of certain gods. Um, but those in the gift conservation uh, think of the Little Red Book's prophecies as almost words of law and have a whole different way of interpreting it. But this text has been around again since the bygone and has proven to foresee major and even minor events. And many use it as to help them find meaning in the world.
Was the bygone 36 years ago?
Uh, I'm not a historian. I am not a historian. I'm a theologian. But I know it was more than 36 years ago. I was not
Okay.
born at that time. Yeah. um,
What if
but
the Zodar prophecy is true? What happens to me then?
well, and you see the one that you're talking to is you haven't talked to before. Um, my compatriots, some of which do believe that you could be the radiant breacher mentioned in the Zodar's prophecy. But it is also possible that you are not. And that is still yet to be understood. But given the seeming merit that the Zodar has given to this prophecy uh, in this specific part of the Little Red Book, um, it seems that the entire Source Pact may be quite interested in who we deem as a collective this prophecy seems to be for. Yeah, you get the sense that this clergy is also trying to make sense of an unprecedented situation, uh, and is a little bit.
Has there ever been a prophecy like this before where there's some person that's a subject of a prophecy and what do they typically do to them? Do they throw them in a volcano? Do they give them a party? What's the usual outcome of being a subject of prophecy?
Well,
Different cultures treat this differently,
yeah, the most of the prophecies of most all of the prophecies of the Little Red Book are cryptic enough in nature that they could apply to anyone, and many apply to many people, uh, either all at the same time or at different points in their life, um, and uh, serve as kind of goals or methods of um, kind of living each day today experience. Um, and but there are specific details in this one that seem to uh, limit the amount of people that this could apply um, to the point where it could be just you. And I know that my friends from the Sanctuary of Saints, um, who any kind of they whisper a little bit, who hold larger sway than other institutions, and the canal in the canal of faith uh, are always looking for some sort of marketing scheme to draw people towards faith in general. And should a celebrity be made about a faith text that would help their cause?
Can I ask a question? How many people have this little red book?
Oh, it's been reprinted and sent all across Bilica and beyond. Even some have said that even some Gith and astral elves use its guidance. It's all over the place. Yeah, maybe even more prevalent than the Lilitheric network. Yeah.
And how far does this Lilitheric network reach? Like if you were to travel at your fastest speed in your fastest ship, how far would you go before the Lilitheric network reached its limit?
Again, I'm a theologian, not an artificer. I have no clue on those things, and to be honest, I've never actually been outside of Bilica before. Yeah.
Do you know of other planets or asteroids or ships or creatures outside of Bilica?
Oh well, yes. There's lots of tall tales of such things, but I I'd leave that to the Adventuring Guild. You could go there and ask your questions. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a place called Midgard?
No.
Okay. All right. Just wondering.
Is that a place or
Yeah. It's where humans live. There's Alfheim where the elves live, and there's Midgard where the humans live, and then there's Vanaheim where the Vanir live, and Jotunheim where the Jotun live. Everybody has a Heim, except Midgard is a guard. I'm not sure why Midgard's a guard and the others are Heims. That's a good question for Heimdall.
See, these are the things that make people assume you're mad. So I wish you the best of luck, but just consider the prevalence of such needless details during, your legal counsel. Yeah. They kind of go back to manning the ship there, as they just kind of are a little off profile.
Just out of curiosity, speaking about something that you're not familiar with makes me mad. Is that correct? So you only speak that which you know. Is that correct?
They've kind of like walked, they walked away, turn around, look at you and just say, I speak the word of the gods and pantheon which I serve. And I believe that a full and meaningful life.
I inquire about stopping at the Temple of Valhalla.
At this point, the boat has now moved past several landmarks that, as Tad kind of walks up to ask more questions. So I'm going to just describe them.
Okay.
So you guys have now gone through this kind of shadow filled area that goes around this little walled edifice that's kind of star shaped, and you break out back under out from the shade, and as you look up, you do notice, as was described to Arizo previously, the shade is created by this giant tower with this kind of hyperbolic looking top that kind of spires from the center over here, and creates like an almost umbrella of shadow. You can kind of see it right here in the rendering. Yeah, and as you guys keep sailing, you traverse past several ships that are kind of similar in size to you, but carrying various things up and downstream, especially like resources and things. Um, and some of them seem to be docking at like a little lighthouse looking thing that is like floating on basically like a wreath of like tumbleweed looking things. Um, you guys go past what seems to be,
Zach,
yeah.
is it possible to stop at the temple Valhalla? To...
Yeah, so you're about to ask that, but I'm just giving some examples of
Okay.
yeah. What I'm trying to just world build some of the things that are in view. Um as you guys look up uh um source side here, you see there seems to be several gnomes and other creatures kind of uh turning this like rocky uh stone mountain into what looks like some sort of head or shape of some kind of turtle and creating like a Mount Rushmore of sorts. And it's interesting. Um, uh, you're not sure what's up with that. And you also go past a little like somewhat marshy area where lots of small creatures are kind of fiddling about. Even some like dragonfly looking creatures and things like that. Um, and
Can you ping? Can you ping there?
yeah, over here.
Okay,
Uh,
so that's a marsh area. Okay.
they're just very small. And then you turn the corner around an area that uh is quite interesting as it seems to be um uh the stone kind of turns blue. Um and there seems to be just a lot of arcane resonance in uh uh, towards the source side up here that is a little hard to understand as things just kind of glow blue there. Um, and then
Are
you
there
start going,
people and buildings there, or it's just mountains? Looks like there's buildings.
yeah, there's buildings and people all over. This is a very dense kind of civilized area that you guys are moving through here. I'm not describing every single person or
Okay.
thing, but yeah.
Yeah.
Um, by the time you guys are having this conversation, you're about here, rounding the corner of this kind of hill, and as you move from source side to flow side here, you see towards the counter direction a the giant wall that Tad knows demarcates the separation of the source pact from um, the light bringers, and then on here way out in the distance, you can just see the tip of the Hall of Speakers, which has its kind of ceremonial slash potentially ostentatious bridge um, over here that connects to it's the arena with the wall going through it. And all across on either side of the uh, flow here, with various bridges bridging over the extent of the water, are just dozens and dozens of little churchlets and kind of cathedrals and mosques and temples, all with like very popping out of the city fabric and having various different spires and kind of architectural uniqueness to them. Um, and then um, there is one right over here that is a little bit larger than the others, which uh, the cleric pointed to when he was talking about the sanctuary of saints. And as this kind of like basically valley of um, different religions all kind of harmoniously coexisting unfolds in front of you guys. Tad kind of starts to walk up towards the clerics. What do you say?
I ask if it's possible to stop at the Temple of Valhalla quickly.
Yeah. A different cleric comes up. He's like, from the bow of the ship where kind of the harmonium guards are helping steer the ship, and is like, yes, we have taken the request for the Radiant Breacher to go to the Temple of Norse, and soon we will be docking, and the Radiant Breacher will be escorted via Harmonium into the Temple of Norse to meet Alvis Norwoods, who will be receiving him. Please note that at this time, we are unaware of where the Radiant Breacher will be kept before whatever proceedings occur. But as more Harmonium come to us with more information, we will keep you updated. Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, so you go back to Rune with this information. So you guys are, yeah. What do you guys say?
That's very good. It seems like they don't really have a notion of things outside their own world. Anything outside their own world seems to be madness. Is that more or less what you believe, Tad?
Tad, are you religious?
Well, I'm not a creature of superstition.
But if something exists that you haven't seen yet, do you believe that it might still exist?
Anything's possible, yes. But
So
I want
you've
to
heard
see
of
evidence.
asteroids out in the void, yeah?
Meteors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to one?
No.
No, I have not.
But you don't doubt that they exist. You've heard people talk about them, and they talk about them, and you believe that they're true.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what if I just say Asgard is a meteor out in the void? Does that then make it more true?
As you
You may
say
not have
that,
heard of it, but
Yes. I believe that's the case.
as you say that, give me a religion check, Rune.
okay. I'm going to do a guidance first.
Asgard is an asteroid out in the void. Good.
And let me throw down a where's my
That's a religion check, all right.
+2. So I
Sorry.
got a net 20 plus
Oh,
2
yeah.
minus 1. 21.
Okay. With a nat 20, you think back to the several times that you've had to kind of pitch yourself to your superiors and other things like that. And you value truth and amongst a lot of other things. And you know that faith is what allows Asgard and other outer realms to exist, and that the faith in those places gives them power. With a nat 20, you kind of remember this fact that is not always remembered by people. And so while, subverting details and making things up about certain religious details might be okay in like marketing certain religions and kind of gaining initial followers. Should those details not actually be widely spread throughout those that practice or hear about the religion or something? Those details in Asgard, in the outer realms, in other places like that, will start to lose their power as well. And in this Nat 20, you've never been to the material realm before or any other realms like that. But you've known that there is a training program for planars who are to leave to those areas to make sure that you know they keep the doctrine of a certain way so that faith can still be kind of siphoned and gain power for the outer planes. And just all of that you didn't have classes on, didn't that wasn't your job, starts to come back to you as you realize, wait, I'm kind of like a spokesperson. I'm a kind of representative here. And while it's important to kind of spread the morals of the Norse mythology and all of that, so is it just as important to my friends back home to spread the correct details about such things. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, I feel like you're telling me that I can't say it's an asteroid, but that's not what I was
No, no,
doing.
no.
What I
You
was
can
trying
totally
to test
say
is
it's an
whether
asteroid.
they have a belief in anything they can't immediately see. Because if they can't believe something they don't see, they can't believe in Norse mythology,
Yeah.
right? All of their mythologies are things that they can't see, and yet they're perfectly believable. Why I would claim to be able to see it and believe it, and they can't, and they accuse me of madness, seems confusing to me, because they have lots of things that they can see or they have never seen and they still believe in. But when I speak it, it's madness. But when someone else speaks it, it's just fine. I'm trying to understand the their definition of madness and why it seems to only be specifically applying to just me in a very I don't know,
Well,
accusatory way.
Tad can tell you a lot of adventurers come back from the void can be charged with madness for mixing up details that are widely spread and widely known. And so that is probably the reason why there's madness in play as a potential here. But
And yet they have a temple to Norse gods. So
yeah, they have a temple to gods.
And
they believe in lots of other things.
importantly, that temple was there before I showed up.
Well,
So I didn't invent it. I'm just telling you that that's what I believe.
well, my
Yeah,
job is not
there's some
to
detail there that they seem to be
confirm
yeah.
the faith. It's to, right now, I believe you're on the right side because you acted appropriately in the situation as far as I could tell. The faith has nothing to do with it in my mind. And I'm not accusing you of madness. And I think they use madness to lock away people that are problems or create issues for them.
Or that they want to lock away.
Yes.
Whether
Yeah.
So
Jacob.
yeah.
yeah, that like
But-
me. Yeah, this is foreshadowing. I'm just dropping a little egg of foreshadowing here. Yeah.
But I mean, I want to have
let's face it,
evidence
right?
to believe.
If
I
during
don't
that
necessarily need
attack,
to believe to defend someone.
sure.
I know
But I mean, you
there's
saw my actions
the
during the
temple
attack.
here.
I tried to save someone, which is quite different than someone who's stabbing people or shoving them over the
you're
side.
100% right. You're 100% right. No, this is true.
Someone
This
who
is
beats
100%
someone
true.
to death. Yeah.
Yeah, you killed the
No,
warden. I can't imagine that would be
I'm aware.
helpful.
Yes, no, I'm fully aware of the actions that people saw Arizo do. So it's completely reasonable, but it's just unfortunate.
Okay.
I don't think I played him incorrectly or how he wouldn't have acted. It's just it's unfortunate the situation.
Unfortunate.
Well, I have the ability to believe things that I don't necessarily see. I just want to understand, and right now I'm not someone who believes necessarily in religion. As I point out, the hundreds of temples, are they wrong and you're right? I don't know.
Oh, no.
That's
You don't
not
understand.
my
Uh,
point.
uh, in the Norse mythology, it's not necessarily that we're right and the other guy's wrong. We actually know that there are other mythologies. My Lord Freyr, he knows the Greek gods and he knows the gods of the Hindu gods, and yeah, it's all one big party up there. It's not that anyone's wrong. There's just different factions, a lot like Bilica.
And as you guys kind of start to dock here, um, you see one of the clerics does come up in the thing, and it's like, well, it's cheery to know that you agree with uh, the Canal of Fates in that coexistence of various different forms of religion uh, is is a great thing and can aid society. Uh, there are some other factions that would vehemently disagree with you, but I I would like to say, since we three clerics do have to uh, leave to go report back to our various temples, um, that it has been a pleasure getting to know you, and we wish to uh, reconnect soon on your curious notions of theology. And yeah, we bid you a good time with
Can I ask one last thing about the Zodar's prophecy?
yeah.
Um, uh, Once Elementor Pathfinder's wreath. Does anyone ever refer to Bilica as a wreath?
Uh, uh,
Like a
I mean,
ring or a.
it is a torus of shape, so I think that is potentially, yeah, an interpretation. Uh,
Okay.
and religion is all about interpretation, and so is prophecy.
Okay. Just curious, sir. All right.
Okay, I'm
Thank
going
you.
to move you guys onto a map now that I'm not. It's probably a little broken, but it's okay. Um, let's see if I can. Let's see if I take it from the characters thing, will it be correct now? Do maybe. Do maybe. Oh, okay. And move. Let's see. Does anybody see anything? No.
I see a black screen.
I believe that's the void we're looking at.
Okay.
Zach, if
No.
we stay here for too long, we might get mad.
There you go. Okay, I'm just gonna copy and paste the things from the other one. I really don't understand why it doesn't auto do the lighting. I need to solve that, but I think it's when you something about your character sheet. I need to go in and update something or other. Let's see. Goo, 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 goo. Shoot, doo, 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 doo. Shoot, now I need to find you though. That's impossible. Oh, okay. Other method. No, this is taking way too much time. Mhm. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Is that it?
Oh, yeah.
I see a sliver.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So you guys land amongst and these three uh clergymen uh start heading off as the harmonium kind of let them pass. Um and from uh all around you, these harmonium and kind of reddish armor with their little man catcher sticks that you saw last time. They all sorry, there should be six of them. They kind of surround you and start a procession through the streets. I'm not showing it here because it'd be way too many tokens, but you need to imagine, like, it's not totally bustling, but there's various stalls of with like pamphlets of like different preachings of different you know important saints or priests or whatever, that are all over there, uh, the street, and various people are walking by and uh, receiving them, and it's a bustling kind of town. Um, so these clerics kind of leave off to their respective locations, uh, and that leaves you two standing amongst these three kind of on guard harmonium soldiers, and the captain that was there with you guys the uh, at the inciting event, I guess, whose name I'm trying to find because that's important. Wrote it down somewhere.
I'm going to notice the crowd around us and wave to them.
Frigg.
Greetings, greetings from the Pathfinder, and try to use my charm and persuasion to smile and make friends and wave at them and generally be cheerful and good looking.
Okay. As Captain Frigg Idshock leads you guys down the path here, you can definitely do that. As some of the harmonium around you are get a little bit more on guard as you do that. Not quite sure what they're ready to experience.
Right.
Yeah.
In my mind, they all get a vote, and I'm going to win votes over. Greetings from the Pathfinder. Greetings. Good to be
Okay.
here. I'm glad to be in
direct
Bilica.
democracy.
I love you people.
So give me some checks. Yeah.
Persuasion, perhaps?
Yeah.
Let's see. And let me throw down my guidance, which I said that I was going to do. But there we go. 17. Hello from the Pathfinder.
17.
Greetings.
Nice.
Tell your friends I'm here in Bilica.
Roller, that's for sure.
Yeah, you see you get a mixed review of people. Some of them are like see the harmonium coming and are a little bit sheepish and kind of just avoid you. Others see the harmonium coming, don't really care, just keep on doing their day, and kind of see you as just another person hawking philosophies, and kind of just ignore you. But there are a couple people that hear you talking about, um, you know, the using kind of the diction and vocab of the prophecy, that today became so famous in the morning. And they definitely like stop in their tracks, and a couple people start staring and pointing and whispering and things.
Why, yes, I will sign
Yeah.
autographs. I would be more than happy to.
As you say that, Captain Frigg Idshock says, "No, please stand back," and while a little kid does kind of come up, and it's just like all you see is like a little grummy kid, probably like a street urchin of sorts, and is like, autographs are cost gems, right? And tries to like get in for an autograph, but one of the harmonium people like pushes him back. Um, as you guys
I
make your way,
tossed a street urchin a gold piece.
okay,
Tell your friends.
you flick a gold piece out, and you see not only is does the street urchin just like instantly grasp for it, but the various harmonium guards around you like are like wide-eyed at you like having a gold piece, um and are like very confused, as um yeah um give me an insight check.
Okay.
7.
Do I get a guidance on that too, or no?
Technically no, because this is
No.
like
Okay.
but yeah, just something there's something a little bit strange there that you don't quite understand yet.
Don't quite understand.
Cool. So you enter into this longhouse as you turn the corner that is entirely familiar to you. This is like straight out of the homes that you were building just a couple hours ago. And uh uh it's got like basically the exact same architecture, the same motifs and everything. And it's an interesting juxtaposition between what you were just thinking about of like, do these people even know about Norse mythology? And then you see a straight one-to-one uh kind of building right there. As the captain steps back and the harmonium guards start kind of rounding around the building and taking point at its various entrances, you and Tad are allowed to enter into the seemingly the open door of the building.
Having
What are you thinking
trouble
about
getting
as
in.
you
Okay.
enter in here to the kind of
Well, I'd like to meet the priest in charge, and I'd like to say a few prayers if that's at all possible.
yeah. Okay, cool. Can you do, do, do. In giving your little speeches out to everybody in that small walk over there, could you please write down on your character sheet, in the uh what is it, the personality traits bubble under characteristics, um twine, TWINE, and just put one work session there. Cool.
Okay.
We'll talk about what that means later. But you've just gained one of those in an abnormal way. Cool.
Okay.
Um,
I hope that's a good
Awesome.
thing.
cool.
It worked out much better than I thought, so that worked out nice.
So
I love having a charisma of 18. It's just awesome. People love me.
rushing as you enter in, you see, you kind of like touch the walls and see that like this is straight out of your normal day-to-day life, with the little, you walk in and there's the foyer and the places to put down your gear and your weaponry and stuff. And as you enter into the main room, it's got a big ceiling with lots of kind of rafters and joists up there, creating a homey vibe. There's a fireplace in the corner. There's like 4 central columns in the building, and like a giant kind of dining / gathering area in the center, that is also used kind of in camaraderie for prayers and things like that. and has like candles set up and various things like that. And then on the far side, there are seats, a table for the higher members of the faith and stuff like that. And rushing out from the back office room, um, uh, is this little halfling. Um, uh, Halflings, you've seen various halflings before, given that not just humans but all types of races come through, uh, you know, uh, as once they they die, they appear in the various different cities that and towns that you've created, because anyone can be a believer in Norse mythology. Um,
Right.
and this halfling has like weird sideburns and has got like a bun with like a man bun going on that almost looks is like uh detailed to almost look like the man bun is like feathers on like a Spartan hat or something like that. Um and is wearing like just gear on it that seems to be like a smaller version of some of the robes that you're actually wearing right now. And you kind of look back, and he just starts like running over in joy, and just like is sobbing, and just tries to hug you if you're allowed to, uh, if you allow it.
Oh yeah. How are you doing? Welcome from Asgard.
Oh, I I can't. I just. Oh my! It's it's just. Oh, I, I only just heard the news via missive, and I just couldn't believe it. And then you walked in, and you look just as the stories have foretold, and uh or not foretold, but have shown in their depictions and things. And sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained, but I'm just very excited to uh, meet another person of of the North mythology faith. And um, uh, you see, patronage around here has been uh, uh, pretty low, especially after.
Where is everyone? You should aren't you don't you have this should be a beer hall. It should be full of people and serving beer.
Well, we
It should
do
be
have
quite popular.
we do. Sorry, where's my manners? And he like goes over to the corner here, and there's just like buckets and ales of beer and stuff, and
Ah, now
grabs
we're talking.
grabs you some, and it's like, well, here, come to the table, and you and your friend as
Tad,
well.
this is my friend Tad.
Dad, it's been so long since we've had newcomers into the longhouse here. Um, uh, uh, yeah, you
I feel
see,
like if you gave away more beer, you'd get more followers. Just kind of
that
it's a
is true.
religious thing. It's a
most
part of our beliefs.
most religions do give alcohol in its various forms. Uh, Bub
Hmm.
inspired philosophy. Uh, and yes, sorry. I am Alvis Norwoods, the new cleric of the Temple of Norse here. Uh, while I may be young at my trade, I've been studying the Edda of the that my father has left here, of the various texts and poems of the Norse mythology, and trying to understand what they mean for the modern age. And but you see, just he just starts bawling and just crying in front of you. As he kind of looks towards you, and then looks towards a painting on the wall of like an slightly older halfling that also is wearing like the kind of Norse gear and colors. And it's just like, and just it seems like seeing both of those things like side by side has like broken him. And he's like, it's just there's when when Dad died last Hexad, it just a lot of the patrons just, that we're still holding on. They left, and I mean, as he kind of adjusts his glasses, I know the Edda quite well, and I've 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 really good at studying and all, but I'm just sometimes I don't really know how to apply and interpret such things towards daily life, and uh, and to be honest, sometimes I just don't feel like I'm the most charismatic, and uh, sorry, um, I'm
Sounds like a
Albus
job for Rune.
Norwoods, and uh, uh, I'm here, and I'm excited to have new members. What are your guys' names? And it first like goes to the Radiant Breacher. How do you regale yourself?
Ah, I'm Rune Halfdane is my name.
Rune.
Rune.
And you see he kind of like throws up his arms and like prestidigitates like the name Rune in Norse runes up into the air, and it's like, oh wow, a lore master, huh? And kind of interprets the name Rune in its original sense of the word. Cool. And then he kind of and who do you bring into the fold here?
This is Thaddeus, my counselor.
Tad. Oh, you counsel him in the North Faith. Where do you guys hail from? The missive wasn't quite totally clear about all of that.
Tad's from Bilica. He's counseling me on a meeting in the Hall of Speakers on account of Zodar. I believe he's from Bilica. I'm from Asgard, but no one seems to believe that. But anyway, yeah, that's where we're
You
from.
see, Alvis is like quite confused. He's like, oh,
I just tell him I'm Thaddeus. I'm representing Nord's interest here in Bilica.
well, I just received message that important members of the faith were coming, but I didn't realize. Are you saying that you're a planar from Asgard? And he kind of like just looks at you like wide eyed and starts like obviously doing an insight check on you like real hard.
I'm not sure what a planar is, but yeah, I'm from Asgard. You know of the place if you worship the Norse gods. So anyway, yeah, now I'm here.
I just how do people from Asgard come here to the astral sea?
That's a very good question. I have no idea. I've never been here before, and I can't honestly say I understand how it happened. Uh, yeah, it involved frankly, it involved a large number of Jotun shooting at me, and then Lord Freyr.
Jotun?
Yeah,
Just
from
like the story.
Jotunheim.
Wow.
Well, yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of stories about them. Anyway, they shot me, and then Lord Freyr saved me, and
Freyr? You met
yeah.
Freyr in the flesh? And you see like he like holds up an idol, like goes and gets like an idol thing of Freyr and like strokes. It's like, wow, Freyr's one of my most favorite of the pantheon.
Oh yeah, he's a very nice guy, very very upstanding. Yeah, the Lord of Kingship and Order, and yeah, very orderly guy. Anyway, he saved me and sent me to Bilica.
Wow.
I don't know why or what he wants me to do here. I'm still trying to work that out. So I was wondering actually if I could use your your altar and make a prayer to Lord Freyr and find out what he wants from me here. And then also I need to make a prayer to Lord Heimdall, just on an off chance that maybe he's not too busy, what with war and everything, if he could open the Bifrost. But anyhow, I was wondering if I could use your altar for a few minutes.
Yeah. Uh, for sure. Let me just get the candles and the incense, and I'll bring some herbs and all of that, and
Yeah,
yeah,
mostly I'll be needing 4 liters of beer.
yeah. We've got that in spades.
Excellent.
And as it starts like putting all the things together, uh, Tad, what are you thinking about in this moment? As you've like almost never really interacted with the religious side of Bilica before, um, let alone been
I'm
in
just
like
watching to see the interaction because I'm not sure. I want to make sure that Nord isn't actually crazy, and I want to make sure that I just want to absorb how people are interacting with him and
yeah,
see that he's not from around here pretending to be someone he isn't,
yeah.
which
Well, you
it,
definitely
in my case, it doesn't seem like he is. So,
definitely there's been some solace in knowing that things like Freyr and other things that he was talking about, other people do know of, who are more
mhm.
wizened scholars of the Norse religion. Um, so that is interesting. Um, cool. So as all of as you guys kind of make this altar, and start uh, and kind of getting ready to pray, I'm going to move us to a different uh, part of Bilica as we kind of zoom back out, um, into our map over here. Uh, cool. So we find our uh, we zoom out from the Canal of Faiths, and kind of see the Taurus of Bilica in a larger perspective. Um, and we pass over the Progress Tower and its shadows. Um, we find ourselves looking through a um, kind of size, uh, maybe like 4 foot by 4 foot uh opening, um more like 4 foot by 8 foot opening in the back of a uh uh a spelljammer that is a floating kind of ship, zooming just above, uh high enough above the ground to have kind of be void drifting, in the full sense of the word. Um, and we don't really spend much time describing its exterior as we quickly zoom through this kind of opening that seems to have some sort of magic on it, shielding the occupants inside um, from the void. And we see 6 individuals inside, one of which is a uh, a dwarf, who has you know Herald of Havoc pigment on, and metal armor plates and things, and is holding a giant hammer looking thing, where the end of the hammer has kind of roiling uh, uh, embers and flames in the end of it, and he's like um, kind of psyching himself up to take a swing at whatever arcane kind of energy is um, at this door, and we see him kind of swing at it, and it creates a giant boom effect as the fire kind of like roils up against the arcane wall there, and he's knocked back into the other end of the room, creating a loud bang as it seems to wake up several of the other people in the room who were kind of knocked out on the ground already, interestingly enough. We find ourselves in a sort of carriage or cabin that has kind of some benches lined on either side, made of hard, seemingly well-made everdrift wood, with its like slight purplish hues kind of throughout, and corniced on the edges with kind of metal fasteners and things. But besides that, having this one kind of giant window slash door looking thing on the back of it, and having no other kind of descriptive interior besides the 6 individuals themselves, um, um, 5 of which are all kind of painted up in various different kind of embery slash hand palm uh, red slash various different other detailing to their clothing and other things like that. And as we dive in there, we see a Herringer amongst them who looks slightly different, as instead of the red hues that others have, he's got this kind of green sash to him, waking up amongst these other individuals.
Can we just call this the prison barge? Oh, sorry, Jacob. That wasn't.
No,
I thought
no,
I was
that,
on mute.
that it is.
As you kind of come to your senses, can you give me investigation or perception check?
I shall. Where did my character sheet go? I had it up. Oh, here it is. Okay. Investigation or perception, right? Is that correct? Hello, Zach. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm waiting for it to roll. Nice. With an 11, it's very easy to see that all 6 of you guys have these kind of stone chokers on,
Okay.
with no visible kind of metal bracing or like key turning or anything like that, but that have these glowing runes on them, that are kind of just in the stonework.
Do I
And it's
have my stuff or not?
yeah, you have all the things that you had before with you. It seems like it's only
Wow.
been maybe
That's poor planning on their part.
maybe like
What a time to
hour
be
or
alive.
so.
A
Yeah.
rogue with all of his equipment. Wow. What a time to be alive.
You kind of are like yearning to remember a couple of things. You kind of were like knocked out. You do remember like
Yeah.
quickly being just thrown in the back of this thing, and feel like yeah. What are you thinking
So
about as you also?
what are these people, what are the rest of the people doing? There's a guy that just tried to like break against like the opening
Well,
and
yeah,
the
that dwarf
entryway.
is knocked out against the wall and just kind of like drooling. Um,
Yeah,
there
understood.
is other
But what are
ones.
the other people doing?
Um, there is a drow who is sorry, not a drow. There's a albino dragonborn who's licking their wounds in the corner. There's a fire newt who's kind of like just seems to be just sleeping. There's a centaur actually that's just lying in like the middle of the thing, and seems pretty badly wounded, like they're at 0 HP and still alive, but um, yeah. And then
Are they stable?
yeah, they seem to be stable.
Okay.
And then also waking up kind of like across the bench from you is this like monkey looking person with that's a Hadozi, which you've never seen before, but is kind of a humanoid with monkey features and like hair all over, and like flying squirrel wings, like connecting different parts of its body, with
Mhm.
enough room to also allow for like armor. And they all have these similar kind of like uh ramshackled together like metal armor on, and um to like make them kind of look more united yet also unique.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. uh
Uh,
Also,
yeah.
with an
It
11,
might. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
sorry, you note you feel your cane next to you. It
Hmm.
is very much a cane now.
Yep.
Um, and as you look down at it, it just looks like a little bit different. And with only 11, you're not quite sure why, but you're still like groggily waking up. Um, yeah. What are you doing?
Okay. Um, gonna. How big is the room that we're in?
It's pretty confined. You're like rubbing knees and elbows with people.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So am I like sitting down on a bench, or is it just, or there's no benches or anything? It's just kind of a space.
Yeah, I think you're sitting down on a bench. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'll just keep sitting in a bench, rub my eyes a little bit, kind of straighten up and be like uh holding the cane out in front of me, and just like positioned like a normal cane, gonna attempt to look like um I mean, we're not really up and walking around, but um, if we ever do, I would like to attempt to look like I am using the cane to move, like it is because I
Huh.
need the cane to support myself. I like to attempt to give off that impression, which is certainly either a deception or a performance check, um,
Mhm.
because I very much do not need it to support myself. And I'll, I guess I'll just pull out a carrot, and I'll be crunching on a carrot, positioned like a cigar in my mouth, and I'll just wait. I'll be looking out the window. If is there a window to look out of or not?
Yeah, there's that giant kind of door slash window thing on the end of the kind of cargo hold, I guess, that you guys are in. Um, and as you look out there, give me another perception check.
Okay, slightly
Oof.
better.
Uh, you see things that are quite crazy to you. As at this height, you are able to see out through that window the scale of Bilica itself, the new reality that wait, you're still in. It wasn't a dream. And you're you see out in front, center stage, uh, this like giant like moon like looking thing, but that basically has tons of like crystalline fractures, kind of sticking out of it, and around it is both wreathed in um, a kind of tubular floating river of water that like encircles it a couple times and then um,
Oh.
goes around, but also connecting on either side is these kind of like hands of these like purplish pink roiling like cones of like mist or uh like sea or some sort of fluidy gaseous thing, and entirely encircling that is this torus of a reality that you're starting to take in, um, that is Bilica, this kind of giant uh, ring like world where various different neighborhoods in this like very dense city seem to be all kind of like looking up into each other, um, and the Taurus it's and so as you kind of take that in, I'm gonna give a little description of this map that we're looking at right now. Um,
Mhm.
so this map represents the like inside of this kind of torus, um, and instead of north and south on this map, you have source side and flow side, and instead of west and east, we have orbit and counter. Given that you see the ring kind of slowly orbiting around its rotating around its center, and um, so the way that this map is works is the bottom left corner uh, directly connects to the top right corner, um, and the top left corner directly connects to the top right corner. So if you were to read this like a paragraph, you could keep orbiting around Bilica and going from the top left to the top right, and then the bottom left to the bottom right, and then the top left to the top right, and then the bottom left to the bottom right. And as you're kind of taking in this ring-like reality, you also note that on every kind of cross section of this big giant city, it is curved in that the kind of port-looking things with like various other flying ships coming into them on either side are both kind of parallel to each other, sticking out towards the center where that kind of crystalline moon is in the center of everything. And given that those people on either sides of this of any particular cross section can see each other. So, for example, the Rune and Tad, when they were kind of rounding the corner and seeing the valley of the Canal of Faiths, um, they could also see the water kind of like rotating up in front of them as they were traversing like within the kind of U reality of gravity that seems to persist throughout this space. Um, and you also note like various different spires kind of sticking out from the different neighborhoods, and all of them kind of converging towards the center. And this giant kind of organic looking tube that encircles somewhat low to the ground the entirety of Bilica, kind of like a uh, a how like the inside of a wheel has that metal part that is inside the bike tire that goes around it. So if the bike tire itself is the Billiken framework, the metal part of the bike tire is actually now this kind of organic tube looking thing. That above you, you see it seems to be fractured in some parts near you, and kind of exploded off into different bits that are just kind of floating in the air there. And you also take in various different spelljamming ships, all kind of zooming all around and docking at different ports, and even
Can you ping? Can you ping where he's at?
Yeah. So if you zoom into like the very center of the map here, he's kind of like flying like right there ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not far from the waterfall.
Yeah, not far from the waterfall. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Cool. And so as you take all of this in, you find yourself getting closer and closer towards one side of Bilica, and you find yourself, if we zoom out, going over in this direction. Towards this building, which I'm going to give you a handout for, this kind of gated complex of spires. So let's see if I can.
Can you ping
Also,
on it again
just out of
so it
curiosity,
shows up in the recording?
Right
Yeah.
now I'm at 1 HP. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're at one
Alright.
HP.
And I have not gotten any rests or any sort of that
no.
sort of thing. Got it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Just to clarify mechanically where I'm at.
No, that was wrong. Damn. Okay, sorry. Not can be edited by who has it in their journals. I'm gonna give it to Gary, Arizo, and Rune. Okay. Yeah, so we're right here, kind of where the map splits between the at the very bottom right of the screen there.
Got it. Okay.
And you guys should have a handout now that says something about prison. You can open that. It's got a picture. It's got a picture of a nice render of that. So Darren, you can even show that to the audience if you'd like. Cool.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
So
Welcome to your new home.
Yep.
as you
There it
as
is.
you unbeknownst to you, you're kind of you're zooming down towards this edifice. You can't really see it given that like the window that you're looking out of is on the back of the ship, and so it's like not going in. You're going in the direction of this prison looking thing. And before too long, um, you find like that kind of wide shot of Bilica, like kind of losing. Not you're not able to see as much. Before I move on, is there anything you want to do here with the other?
Is there any with the thing that's around my neck? That's the only thing that's kind of restraining me, right? Other than the stone thing with the gem around my neck, there's nothing like additional really restraining me other than being locked in the room, right?
Yeah, and you see other
Is
people
there?
have their
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. And other
yeah.
people have that as well. Is there any mechanism on it? As I'm more asking, is it possible? Is there something? Is there a lock to pick, basically, or not?
So there's no lock to pick. It does. It's you're not even sure how they put it on because it's perfectly
Because it's
stone
just
hollow.
solid stone. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Um, but there are like runes in it that are kind of
Yeah.
glowing with different colors. Yeah.
All right. So it's magical, and there's no lock to pick because it's magical. It's probably going to be pretty difficult to destroy. And I'm guessing I can't really sneak attack a stone. So, I mean,
um,
technically, the stone doesn't know I'm about to attack it, right?
You could
So this
stab it.
it's kind of like a sneaky strike, but no, that wouldn't make any sense. So,
Isn't
Just
it
don't
around
miss.
your neck?
as you're considering sneaking
yeah,
attack
I wouldn't stab my
stone,
own first. I would try it on someone else's neck. That way, in case I miss, I hit their neck instead.
Hey, buddy. Want me to help you?
as you consider in your kind of like desperate uh times
No,
here, like
I,
lashing out and attacking one of
I'm not
the
attempting to be look panicked at all. I'm actually attempting to look relaxed.
uh-huh. You aren't totally able to get much details about the other people in the room as you're taking everything in with that 10 and on your perception check there
Yep.
from before. But
The not good perception check roll.
quickly as you descend slower, the room itself starts to rotate as
Oh, fun.
the gravity that was pushing you towards the benches now pushes you towards the doorway. And the doorway like rotates down really quickly. You're able to see like a little bit of streets and then spires and walls and guards and things. And then you come to like this chute. And from the back end where the dwarf was thrust, this kind of like sonic force attack almost like kind of pushes you guys down. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Dexterity saving. Oh, that's pretty
21.
good.
Uh,
Um,
so you're able to kind of like push your like self off walls and other things and kind of like bounce around and not take the fall damage of like falling through
I do the
which
rabbit hop.
yeah, as you land in like a 3 point landing on in this somewhat much larger room with a ceiling kind of like 25 feet tall, and it's like a perfect kind of cylindrical room that's maybe like 80 feet wide uh, uh, sorry, no, like 200 feet wide or something like that. And as you uh, take in this kind of antechamber, the all around you,
Can
you're
I do it? Can I? How far was the drop?
like maybe 30 feet or so.
Okay,
Yeah,
That's long enough. Can I do a flip before I land?
yeah, you totally do a
All right.
flip. Um,
Style is everything. All right.
Absolutely. I agree.
you also see that the Hidozi monkey guy who like falls down also like glides and like lands a couple seconds after you, uh, as he's able to like flying squirrel himself um next to you, and you see
There's
that
always some guy that tries to outdo you.
you land on
Yeah,
a
take
metal
that, Jacob.
you land on a metal uh floor, and uh the entire room seems to be laced with metal, and there doesn't seem
Okay.
to be any doorways anywhere, and the hole in the ceiling gets quickly like uh closed with more metal, leaving you with all of your equipment, your five seeming companions with all their equipment, and a singular metal desk in the center of the room that is right next to a looking conveyor belt type of thing that seems to be conveyor belting like out of the ground and then into the ground. And
Okay.
also has some conveyor belts that go like up into the ceiling. Um, and uh, like on the desk are several metal uh, kind of tins that seem to be able to like hold stuff, but they're all empty. And sitting at the desk, which is like slightly slanted, um, uh, with like papers and buttons and things in front of them, is uh, a creature that you've never seen before, but that we're going to call a chain devil. Um,
Oh,
and
do we get
this,
an image or not?
I'm going to give you
You're not going to be alive long enough that it's going to matter.
I'm gonna give you a word picture.
Okay.
Um, so our chain devil, she is built. She's a size medium creature, but she's like 6.5, maybe even 7 feet tall.
Mhm.
Big muscles.
Dummy
And
thick.
the only thing that she's wearing is chains. She's got chains around her as boots, as kind of socks looking things. She's got these chains that kind of make up these little short pants around her waist, uh, and a little bra as well. And then she's also got chains that entirely cover like from the top of her shoulders up her neck, like to the bottom of her eye line, and then more chains that cover like all of any hair that she might have on the back of her head.
Does she
And
look
out,
like humanoid or like could be a human just covered in chains, or is this just a completely
she's
new creature?
she's humanoid. She's got 2 legs, 2 arms, and
So it
her
looks, from my perspective, it looks like it could just be a human covered in chains.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
And her but her skin is definitely where it is showing. the immense
An
muscle
odd
she's got,
color.
is like a reddish color. Yeah.
Okay.
And she also has chains around her wrists that kind of reveal her bare hands with their claws on them. And out from the chains on her wrists and several other places are various like extended chains with like different fish hooks and kind of metal parts to them. And all these chains have spikes on all of them, even the ones that she's wearing on her body. And uh, kind of like braided hairs. These chains kind of like sit in a mess all around her, and kind of just drape around the floor and everything. And as you hit the ground, give me an investigation check again.
Okay. Wow. I'm not even good at investigation.
With a nat 20, you hit the ground right on top of your sword of glory. And it's
Yeah.
you see that it is not only is it a cane, but it like the fancy pommel and other parts of this swanky cane that you're used to are kind of fading from view, and it effectively just looks like a wooden stick. And with a nat 20, you even notice that the stick is slowly reducing in size. As and more so with a nat
Um
20, you intuit that maybe this sword cane like overused a little bit of energy here and is kind of shrinking up to like recharge. Um and
okay.
you get the sense that
Might it
yeah,
might come back or grow back eventually
oh for sure, yeah.
or not. Oh, got it.
Um
Okay, okay.
it's just kind of definitely hibernating. Um
Got it. It's hibernating. Okay.
but doesn't seem to have any, but is definitely in contrast to the entirely metal
Do I
floor
think
that it's on,
if I
as this
do
purely
I get this
wood cane is
do I get the
there.
sense any insight that I might can I still like draw the sword or not? Or am I
You're not
just with a
sure.
wooden stick now? Oh,
You're not
great.
sure right now.
Terrific. Terrific. Okay.
Um,
Wonderful.
I'm pretty sure I know.
as you,
Yeah. Okay. All
I
right.
kind of getting
Doesn't
up from
matter.
being hit
It
by this powerful jolt of graviturgy magic.
it's
Um,
all about confidence. Uh
you,
per out what is it?
yeah,
Um uh, the facade of confidence.
there you go. You look over towards this like metal conveyor belty looking thing, and you see this chain devil, and she kind of greets you all. It's like, welcome to the Grixit prison, the supreme prison of the Source Pack. Aha. We have some Havoc fire starters joining us, huh? It's always fun to see what arrivals we get here. Well, let's see how you handle being processed through this hall of heat. And you see, she kind of like takes one of her little nails and like presses a button, and the entire room um, goes under the effects of the heat metal spell. Now, before this happens,
Oh,
as you're hitting
hurrah.
as you're hitting the ground, you notice with your nat 20 that by touching the ground, you're being healed. And in that first 6 seconds of you hitting the ground, you've already been healed 2d8 health. So you can
Oh,
roll out yourself. Um,
okay.
yeah. As it
Oh,
seems
good. That's good. That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
cool.
I'll take that.
Um, and then the minute she presses this button, everything in the room that has metal on it, including your armor, including various of your like little parts
Oh
of
yeah,
your
I
equipment
have
and everything,
armor.
and all of the metal armor of the other five individuals hitting the ground, the metal mace weapons that they were wielding. The chains of the conveyor belt, the chains on her, and the metal of the ground itself all begins to be like liquid hot to the touch, and uh, effectively dealing anyone who is like connecting with anything metal 2d8 fire damage per turn. Um, uh,
Yeah.
yeah, with your nat 20 from before, you are kind of putting two and two together and realizing that this is a sort of torture chamber of sorts where they make sure that you can't
Wow.
go unconscious,
Really?
and
I
by
hadn't figured that one out
constantly
yet.
healing you, but also dealing you fire damage for touching anything that is metal.
Yeah, so it heals us
Um,
so it can deal with more pain. Got it.
and
Yeah.
as you put these two and two together and start feeling in the excruciating pain of your everything that you are wearing basically starting to heat up, um, you hear her continue as she says very tranquilly, as she doesn't seem to be affected at all by this, even though she's got all these metal chains all over her. Put all of your possessions in a numbered bin, and she kind of points towards the bins over here, and put on the uniform of the same name. And as she kind of lifts up one of the bins and puts it down, you notice that there's a uniform right under it, that has a similar number on it to the bin that is there. And she starts like laying out six of these bins with their stuff on the table. And you put two and two together that this is like this is like a version of like putting your stuff away, but also while being tortured.
Yep.
As
Mm-hmm.
you see the dwarf from before with his full like metal armor on is just screaming and just starts like stripping and just like taking everything off, and like littering the floor with all of his their belongings and things. And you see the chain devil like starts casting a little bit of magic and like kind of scooping up some of the stray things that like fall to the floor and stuff and like putting them into
And
the bin. Yeah.
can I attempt, I don't know what role this would be, but to obviously this is very painful, but I want to attempt to appear as unbothered as possible.
Yeah. Give me a
What role does that be?
well. First off, take 2d8 fire damage. Hopefully, you roll
Uh,
lower than what you just gained in
oh
health.
yeah. Well, what? Okay. Okay. I thought that you were just canceling it out. Okay. All right. Sure. Sure. 7.
Okay.
Okay.
So in the first
Are
few
you? How
moments
many times
here,
are we gonna roll this? Because it takes a while to doff medium armor, my dude. I have medium armor that I'm going to be taking off.
so
Eh,
in the first few moments here, as you try and uh, you know, attempt to take a performance check to like show that you're not being nonchalant about all this, um, uh, you notice that you're actually gaining more health than you're taking. But it seems like a sort of gamble here, as every once in a while through this next description, I'm going to make you roll both of those. Um, cool. So
Okay.
so give me a performance check and remind me what you're trying to do.
I'm
And
just
this is at
I
disadvantage.
yes,
Yeah.
correct, because we're wearing metal. Yep. The hang on, let me make sure I set disadvantage first. I am attempting to just well, attempting to look like I'm, just uh person walking around a little, like you said, bit not nonchalant, obviously hurriedly attempting to take off my armor, but like quickly, but not like frantically, like nonchalantly, unbothered, um, but still hurriedly. And
He's playing it cool.
Yeah.
yeah, and I want to make a remark to the chain devil. Normally, a lass has got to at least buy me drinks first before she takes all my clothes off.
Okay.
And yeah, so performance. That's a 21
21. Uh
at disadvantage.
yeah.
Gaming.
You start taking some stuff off. Give me a Constitution saving throw with advantage as you start taking things off to see if you can even do it.
With
As
advantage. Okay.
19.
Nice.
Yeah, you start kind of saying this as you say. Uh, you hear her respond, and it's like, we've got a couple jokesters in the room, huh? Well, let's just make sure that we need not reassign anybody. It looks like, and then she kind of like scans the room, and you see that the centaur, the dragonborn, the Hadozi, and the dwarf are all like frantically like seizing. Some of them are like dying and then being revived, and then going down and being revived and stuff. Is like taking off their clothes in this like torturous frenzy. And you feel yourself succumbing to that as well. But the fire newt is just there, just chilling, and it just starts walking up to the.
You mean
walking up.
the chain person, or
There's one of the six of you guys is a fire
oh,
newt,
the
which
herald. Got it. Okay, got it. Okay.
basically a sort of
Yeah.
oozy looking
No,
salamander.
yeah, I know what a fire. Yeah, I know what a fire newt is. Okay, got it. Yeah.
That is like has kind of like roiling lava like skin, and just looks kind of nonchalantly and is like inspecting everywhere to like as if looking for cracks and things. And even with your 21 performance, you're still bleeding out and taking damage and putting it on or
No,
whatever.
Yeah.
And she finds your kind of show interesting, but she quickly looks over to this fire newt who is like just being healed and not taking any damage, and says, "Well, it seems like you need to be reassigned to the entrance of electricity." And you see it shooting out from her. She like shoots one of her chains, like whips out like several tens of feet, like hooks onto the fire newt, and the fire newt like tries to evade, but fails, and it like roils around him and like grapples him, and then she presses a button on the table, and this like jolt of like electricity crackles through the chains, and like surrounds him as he's like charred to a crisp and like seems to be like bamfed away um to some other place, and it just doesn't exist there anymore. And uh and then she looks back to you and is like, "Need I do the same for you, or would you like to enter through the hall of heat, honey?"
Well, we are just getting started here. Wouldn't want to have to restart all over again.
Okay, roll me another 2d8 for health and 2d8 for damage.
All right, health is always going to be first. Just stating that now. 10. Nice.
4.
We
Let's
are
go.
gaming. So that means I gain 6. It's a net gain of 6.
Yeah.
All right.
So what do you do as you start taking off your stuff and like, or
I'm taking off my armor. Like,
okay.
I'm being like hurt by it. So
Yeah.
Mind
Mind you,
I don't really have a
all
choice.
possessions go in the bin. This includes armor, It includes clothing. It includes mugs and cups. It includes backpacks. It includes leather work, weave work, anything an artisan could touch, consumables, everything goes into these bins, um, weapons included, and starts like um, kind of putting all this together. You you see that the Hadozi is like as the most dexterous of the other five. Like quickly is able to take off everything, and like after taking off his metal boots, like kind of seems to um, be a little bit more with it, and like starts putting all the things that is just kind of like trying to do what he's told. Can you give me an insight check on him?
Yeah. Oh, that shouldn't have been. That's a 7.
7. Even with a 7, it's interesting to see someone who is part of this more chaotic thing just like being so compliant. Uh, you're not sure if there's an
Yep.
alternative motive there, but you see she's like, "Well, thank you for being so expedient. You make my job so fun." And uh, and then uh, dun 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 dun, and then she says, boom, 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 boom. She presses a button, and like on the far end of the hall, a kind of like door opens, um, and it seems to be like one of those like hidden dwarvish doors. Um, and he's like, "Well, uh, Hidozi, those of you not of the source pack can make your way through this door into the processing cells, as we work to assign you a more permanent home with us." And you see the Hidozi like takes his uniform on, puts it on, and starts walking out. The uniform is just like completely gray with like a number on it. And uh, I'm going to mute you, Gary. Okay, as that all happens, you do see roiling on the ground are the dwarf and the albino dragonborn. Are both take off all their clothes and are kind of are stripped there, but have these like copper looking wristbands on each of their arms, that seems to be searing in pain. You can see like the blood like shooting out of their wrists and things, and they don't seem to be taking them off, like even attempting to take them off. And after the albino dragonborn's like completely stripped down or whatever, he like manages to kind of like brute force like bring his body up to the table and like grab the uh 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 kind of suit clothing, and starts putting it on, with like his wristband still on, and as the Hidozis like starts walking out. Cool. What are you doing at this point?
Hopefully I've taken off all my armor by now.
Yeah, I think you've
And
taken off all your armor.
I'm all changed and like got all my metal off of me, and I want to put most of my belongings into the bin. I would like to sleight of hand, or attempt to sleight of hand, my deck of playing cards, and because I presume there's no pockets in the new outfit that I'm getting.
That is correct.
Okay, so it would have to be just underneath the clothing. Like, got to be like somehow sleight of handing it. And I'm not attempting to hide this, but I'm still like kind of leaning on the cane, like as I'm moving around, like very clearly using it as, or attempting to deceive people into that I'm using it as like an actual cane, like I'm limping on one leg, as I'm going about it. But yeah, so everything, like when I'm done, I'm going to attempt to sleight of hand the playing cards so it looks like I'm just in the uniform with just the wooden cane that I'm leaning on as and then all the rest of the belongings are in the tub.
Got it. Okay. Why don't you give me a sleight of hand check? So you just want
All right.
your cards, right?
Yep, just the cards.
Okay.
Roll good. Okay. Probably will get caught though.
Uh yeah, with a 15, um I'm gonna say, given that there's like 5 people in the room here, you are able to uh sneak your things in. Let me do a roll just to check. But yeah, you got an 8 on the dice. So
Nice.
um
Cool.
yeah, so you're able to kind of sneak them in. You see that the that you kind of put the cards, like you break the deck in two and like put them on either side of the kind of tight fitting waist part of it.
Yep.
It's like a
Yep.
onesie suit type of thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then you also note that the centaur, who's also kind of putting stuff away with you, the two of you don't seem to be having this wristband problem that the other two have. Um, and you see the centaur is just kind of like doing some quick like gallop on the ground and seems to be not taking as much fire damage from kind of like jogging a little bit. And
Oh,
just like is like seems really angry uh and uh for a moment, and then like picks up this suit and like seems really joyous about it, and then uh like does a little 360 for no reason, puts all her stuff in their bin, and then like drums on the bin a little bit, and then goes over to and puts the bin on the rack, and then uh kind of like says to the devil, and is like, honestly, I'm a little excited to be here. uh, it's a new place and it's new adventure. uh and uh
these
and then
people, man.
and then
Who,
goes,
who have I? What have I done? This is just a series of unfortunate events. There was nothing I could have done to avoid this. Even if I had played it perfectly and fought these guys the entire time, I still would have gotten arrested because they don't like shadowy people, and I still would have ended up here. So this has been quite the day for
I know
Arizo.
exactly how you feel. I feel like I'm being railroaded.
I wonder
Mine,
why.
mine has
I
beer.
wonder
Yours
why.
doesn't.
Yeah, yours. Yeah, you do at least get the beer. Yeah.
Cool. So as they all the centaur kind of moves over towards the door, you see the dwarf and the albino dragon just having dragonborn are just having a real tough time, just like actively hurting and stuff. But at this point, you're able to get your shoes on, and do you do a little like joggy motion as well to like get your
Oh
feet
yeah, sure.
off the
If I'm
ground?
able to, sure.
Yeah,
Whoa.
it kind of will break the the performance that you're trying to do with your
Uh, yeah. Hang on. Wait a sec. Is it worth it? I'm at 10 health. We'll roll the
uh,
dice. I'm gonna
uh,
keep with the performance.
okay,
I'm not gonna do the jog. I'm gonna keep with the limping facade.
okay, give me your 10 and 10 then.
All right. You mean my 2d8?
2d8,
All right.
sorry, there you go.
This is my heal. Ugh. This is my damage. Nice. Advantage
Wow.
2.
Okay. Uh cool. So as you go, she kind of like, not necessarily attacking you, but just like as you start to leave towards the door, uh like shoots out a uh a chain like to bar your way, and just says, remember, honey, put everything in the bin.
I I don't know what you mean. I did. I can't walk. I can't move without this.
Hmm. Give me a persuasion check.
This
Is-
you sure this is persuasion? This is definitely a deception check because this is definitely a
okay, yeah,
lie.
deception. Sorry, that's what I meant.
27.
27. She's like, she kind of cocks her head in a weird way as like the chains like around her wrist, her neck, kind of like visibly like deal her damage as she does this, and she doesn't seem to be worried about it. And she like looks through like some papers in front of her, and it's like, huh. Well, per our new disability laws, which are exceptionally up to interpretation, we are to it says here try and accommodate special needs within reason. Well, walking around with a cane will get you beat up for sure. Which well, like you should be beat up for being a powerless cripple. You're now under the supremacy's caste system of dominance. Why not let you learn from experience?
And a good day to you too. And I'll continue down the I'll continue
Okay.
limping down the yeah.
As you like limp, but also quickly get out of the metal room onto the stonework of the new the new place beyond. The door quickly sluds behind you. A kind of bars like go around you, and you realize that you, the Hadozi, and the Centaur are in this kind of barred up room about like 20 feet by 20 feet, uh, or more like 10 feet by 10 feet. And it's a cylinder with about 15 feet of height in it. And you're now on the outside of this building. You're able to take into consideration more of the of that image that you had before. And just as you're able to kind of take in the spires below you and like the courtyards and the various guards and the towers that kind of go up above you looking down, your little kind of bird cage, if you will, of bars, like the chain above it, hanging it off of this like upside down buttress that kind of spikes out of the main tower here. Like, let's go, and you guys have like an elevator falling moment as you like as you like all three of you fall um with like, but it like is a graduated fall, so it's like not enough to give you fall damage, but it definitely like irks you as
Yeah.
uh you fall like down to about um 20 25 feet or so from the ground. You stop in the middle of like what seems to be a courtyard, and you see around you are like uh other more permanent cells with like kind of a set standard like cell block, like multiple levels and like um uh uh
As I land,
various
can I attempt to like
walking ways. Yeah,
stumble and maybe go down to one knee as just leaning into the bit that I'm needing the cane?
yeah, for sure you can do that. And yeah, as you're there kind of stumbling around, you you take in your new existence, which I think this is a good point to switch back to
Yep,
our other
sounds good.
storyline. Um,
The
cool.
the beer and gods storyline.
um, awesome. So at this point, uh, let us go back to our praying individual. What do you look like, and what are you doing as you're praying at this kind of altar here? Uh, as the Alvis
Uh,
kind of gets all the stuff set up at the altar
right.
here.
Um,
Yeah.
so I basically I take the 4 liters of beer and I cast light on them so that they glow. And I say I use a guidance cantrip and
Holy beer.
say a prayer. I breathe prayer to Odin Allfather, who sees all, and thanks to Odin Allfather, who sees all and can hear my prayer. I'd like to address Lord Heimdall if he's not too busy with the war in Jotunheim. If you could open the Bifrost and bring me home to Asgard, I would appreciate that. And then I just wait for a minute to see if anything happens.
Give me a religion check at advantage.
I would say that I'm not used to religion checks because in Asgard you just walk up and talk to the gods, so it's more of a persuasion. But
Sure, I'll allow that.
okay. Let's see. Where did my character sheet go? Here we go. Okay.
Oh, dang.
And first the guidance. Hang on, let's do that. And then did that go? Yeah. And then my persuasion. Oh, that was awesome. So 14.
Well, you're at advantage, so roll again.
Okay.
That's
24 plus 4, 28. I
with a
know.
20,
If you
with
hear
a
me, please
Gaming.
open the Bifrost.
with a 28, you get the feeling for a moment that you're kind of, it's effectively put on hold as you hear in the background, you're kind of meditating there, like these soft, like sounds that are coming to you, that are like of battle roaring and all these various things occurring. And Tad and Alvis, give me perception checks. You want to get a perception check, Gary?
I'm trying. I'm slow.
Okay. But yeah, so Rune, you hear these things, and unbeknownst to Rune, both Tad and Alvis see your in this like 28 religion check in this like moment. You feel like somehow just being in this new space that you're taking in, you've really like honed in your ability to kind of connect in a way that is like maybe much higher than you normally would be able to do. And Tad and Alvis see
I
that,
have a +1. Does that count or no?
yeah, with a 17, you see that force, that like you see Rune kneeling down at the altar with the glowing mug and things, but you also see a bubbling little bit of white energy of that like stands up in like a ghostly form, like of Rune kind of like standing up. And Rune, you see or you feel that as like you stand up, you can hear like the calls of battle and stuff like raging like a little bit louder, and so you stand up to like hear them more. And while Rune is standing in this like ghostly form, his actual body is still like kneeling next to the altar there. And standing there, Rune, you kind of like are reaching out, and you're able to see the ear of Heimdall, not the eyes, uh, and then the cheek of Heimdall, and then one eye, and the eye is closed. And as you are kind of like hearing for these prayers, for Heimdall, who seems to be actively in battle, uh, you hear, since you have met Heimdall like one time before, uh, uh, and Heimdall knows everybody's names because that's his whole shtick. Um, he reaches and says, "Rune, where are you? You're beyond my gaze."
Heimdall, I'm
And
in Bilica. Can you see me across the cosmos?
and you get the sense, you intuit that he probably can't hear exactly what you're saying, but just kind of like feels your presence like rubbing up against him as he doesn't directly respond to the question that you just asked.
Okay.
Where it's like, last I saw you, you were shot off the edge of uh, Asgard. Uh, why haven't you yet revived?
I
We
have
need you
revived.
in the fight to defend against the Jotun.
So I need to get home.
uh, and then at that point, uh, as you say, you hear like everything like crackle and dissipate as you are suddenly like start almost, it's like you're fainting and you like fall up against the altar next to you, and you see the rest of you. I mean, Tad sees this ghostly form like fall against the altar, and then your body kind of like move to meet where that fall is, and you guys like connect, um and you with a 28 have somehow been able to realize that like it seems like you're in a place that isn't on the maps of uh that you've looked at for your whole life, um and with a 28 you intuit that maybe the Asgardians as a whole didn't shoot you through the void, and uh you don't know if they know where you are or how to get back to them.
Okay.
And the dread of all of this and the knowledge that you might be alone in this venture as a unique uh, trailblazer, you it just
Yep.
it takes a lot out of you, and you have fainted,
Definitely
and
alone. There's
you start
absolutely no one else at all remotely similar in situation. Nope, couldn't be. Nope.
uh, you start fainting, and you effectively start taking a forced short rest as you're there at the altar with like the glow in the cup kind of fades next to you. uh uh as
All right.
uh Tad, you see Albus is like, he went into the ethereal plane. How did he do that?
Did I hear anything, or I just saw the ghost vision of him?
Sorry.
Did I hear any of what he was hearing, or did I just see the vision of him?
Yeah,
The ghostly.
you just saw him ghostly stand up and then faint. That's what you saw.
All right, so I run
uh
over and check on him.
and uh Albus
Okay.
Albus starts getting a washcloth and other things. And as like, I've heard
No,
of,
no, no, Albus, it's important.
no,
You and Tad have to drink the beer.
you're effectively unconscious right now as you're taking a short rest.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
you
You have to drink the beer.
you see Albus does know the ritual and does go over and like drinks thing of the mug, but is also like gets a warm cloth and like puts it on you and kind of gets you up against the fireplace and other things as he's kind of nurturing you and also talking to Tad, and is like, I I mean, I've heard of astral projection before, but I've never seen someone so attuned with their faith to be able to uh to 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 truly commune on such a level. Uh it's I get that it would take so much out of it. Uh uh and he was just very like, what is it? I can't believe it. I truly, he, he's from the gods above. He's been sent to aid us and give us more guidance in this world of horror and chaos, and provide us something good to hold on to. Uh, if I may, Tad, what? How long have you been a part of the faith, and what? How, what Norse god do you like best, and how? He starts asking all these religious
I'm
questions.
just kind of in awe of what I just saw, the vision, and
Uh-huh.
I've never seen anything like that. So I say, "You saw that, right?" And question
Yeah,
him about.
yeah. I saw him astral project through the ethereal plane. Uh, I mean, I've only heard stories, but it's very uncommon.
And I say, "You've never met this man before in your life."
No, no, this is a day to behold. Uh, as you see him say that, wearing pretty much the exact same thing as Rune is wearing. Um, yeah. um, cool. Do you do anything to kind of console uh Rune or anything like that? Or what are you where are you thinking about going or doing?
I
And
just
yeah.
check to make sure he's all right or somewhat all right. Or
Uh-huh. At this, so as you're checking for him to be all right, um sorry, I don't have thing up. You hear a from outside, the captain like calls specifically for you, Tad. It's like it's like Tad, there's a courier here for your defendant. Uh yeah, he seems to be calling from outside. Yeah.
so is Rune okay, or do I need to?
Rune is by the fireplace, which is over here now. Boom. Um, and seems to be being attended. It seems like he'll wake up soon, but I just needs a moment to rest. Um, yeah.
Okay, so I walk out and see what's going on and ask if there's medical personnel that could help us.
Okay. Yeah. Um, cool. So as you kind of rush out uh uh side, you are met with um Captain Frigg, who is standing there next to one of her harmonium guardsmen, um, and that also standing besides them is this Oni, which you've I mean you're from Bilica, you know, like about the diverse peoples here. Um um but these Oni, which are kind of size large, like uh blue skinned giants with kind of like strained ripples of musculature across their bodies, again hunched forms. Think like a blue Hulk type of thing. Um uh it's they're definitely more um usual to see on like the supremacy side of the source pact. Um, but this one has the official sigil of the Hall of Speakers, and seems to be just in a cloak there, and kind of kneels down to give you a little message. It's just like a piece of like an envelope, and you find it quite curious as these larger folk who are named couriers usually move around heavier things and are kind of usually used to walk the streets with heavier things instead of twines, which take lighter things and fly them like up through the testine and to get them places quicker. And so this is like not the correct type of messenger for this type of thing. But you do kind of put two and two together and realize that the testine network has just been exploded. So there might have needed to be some updates to how certain key pieces of information are given to people. But the Oni kind of in a grimace says, this is a missive for the so-called Radiant Breacher. This is a call to testimony for the Radiant Breacher at the still being organized Zodar trials. And it's like, we officially see you as a defendant of order, representative, representing a client, and bequeath upon you this missive for the Radiant Breacher. And kind of very eloquently bows for his hulky form, and then starts lumbering off back into the street fold and kind of into the as like a couple people are there standing and kind of just like watch him go by and stuff. Yeah. What do you do? As you still know that the Radiant Preacher is currently unconscious.
I say, very good, sir. And then I ask if there's any healers among the group there.
Yeah, as you say that, Captain Frigg is like, what has happened? Has the captain been attacked? And it kind of does a little hand signal to his other guys, like, and they both kind of follow you in a little bit on guard. Do you explain to them anything?
Yeah, I just say he collapsed and I'm unsure of this situation.
Okay.
There was no attack. He just collapsed.
Captain Frigga like rushes in, and then like takes out a healing potion and like downs it down your mouth. And Rune, you like pop up, and as you're kind of breathing, gasping back into like this new reality, you see she like looks over to Albus, and Frigg says, what did you do? You know that we're on express we're expressly supposed to protect this so-called Radiant Breacher from outside influences until the trial completes. Have you tampered with our person in any way to and she like starts accusing him and everything, and he's like, no, he was just praying and he fell unconscious. It's been a long day, and all of this. Tad, do you do anything to kind of help either side of the argument?
Yeah, I step in and say he did nothing.
Do you want to?
Unsure as to what happened.
As you have your hand in your pocket, you kind of fiddle around with some of the pieces of metal in your clothes, as you see that Captain Frigg is definitely like alarmed at this, as she didn't really expect anyone to kind of tamper with him in this temple, and seems a little bit heated. Are you going to do any wordsmithing or anything to try and calm the situation down?
Yeah, I try and calm the situation down and say he was praying and he collapsed. There was nothing. Nobody did anything.
You could either give me a persuasion check normally, or if you wanted to use your silver tonguing, we could go through how you could use this to help you in this situation.
All right, I'll try my silver.
Okay. So for the audience at home, let us
Silver tonguing.
uh,
All right, how do I do that?
let's go to let me read off the description of how your kind of silver tonguing works. Give me a second. So, as the twine that you are, you have a ability that you've gained over your, bouts of arguments, called silver tongue mesmerism, which allows you can use your silver tongue instead of spell slots to cast at third level a modified form of zone of truth or any concentration enchantment spell level 3 or lower without a bonus action casting time, except hold person. So there's a lot of stipulations. But how silver tonguing works is you can consume literal silver pieces per CR for non-allies, or 1 silver piece per level for allies of each creature targeted to consume an item of equivalent or greater cost. And then any creature targeted by
per
the silver
my level or per.
So the person that you're targeting is let's look
For
up
the level of the spell you cast. So let's say you have enchantment spell would be like suggestion, maybe, Zach? Is that an enchantment?
So yeah, let's say you're casting. I think I gave you a list of them, but
like suggestion or what's the other one? It's the lower one. It's like the make friends spell. The
yeah, I
Charm
have
person.
silver tongue.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Charm person.
So what you're doing here is charm person, and so you could either do charm person to just kind of charm them out of the way, or you could do suggestion. But I think charm person works best here. So first thing you have to do is figure out the CR of the person you're attacking, which is something I will say. So their CR is 8. So you need to have 8 silver pieces per CR. So that's a total of 64 silver pieces that you're using up. Do you know how many you have as you kind of are jingling around in your pockets?
I think I had 100 or 200 on me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
64 is a decent amount, though.
So you're going to use 64. And
now, can I use persuasion, and then if it's not working, try silver?
You can, if you want to.
Okay, my persuasion is +7, but
yeah,
does that get included in the roll?
Yes.
Yeah.
It will automatically include it when you roll
automatically includes it when you roll. Yeah. Persuasion.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Okay.
You rolled a 3.
So with a
3,
you start saying
Did I roll it?
You're still with a 3 on the dice to get you a 10. You're pretty in awe of what has happened. You're not quite able to fathom like exactly how to describe what occurred. And you just keep saying he fainted it, and you just can't get the words out of your normal tongue. And you get the sense that she's getting quite angry, and her other guard starts coming around the other side of Alvis, and she starts to draw her sword. Yeah.
So I'll use my silver tongue.
Okay.
So what
So
do
you're
I
gonna
do there?
try and silver tongue charm person on her. So she's got to take a wisdom saving throw, and this is against your silver tonguing DC, which is 8 plus your charisma modifier plus your drift bonus. So 8 is your drift bonus is +2, so you're at a 10 plus your charisma modifier, and your charisma modifier is a +3, so you're at 13. So she's got to get
I have a +3 charisma bonus.
yeah. So she's got to roll a uh a, thir- a 13 on her wisdom save. And she has a +3. So let's see what she rolls. That is an 8 on the 8 plus 3. Yeah, okay, so she's not going to make it. And it succumbs to your charm person. Which may not have worked. And in the effect applying, you then the silver that you're kind of finagling in your hand starts to just like liquefy and kind of be exhausted into spell magic. And so take the 64 silver pieces out of your inventory.
So just subtract 64 silver from your inventory.
Yeah.
Where is the silver?
Cool.
It should be. So if you're in like the center of your character sheet, the center column, and you scroll down to the top of your inventory, there's an amount of like, it says like CP, SP. CP stands for copper pieces, SP stands for silver pieces. So if there's a number in the silver pieces, hopefully you had input that.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we aren't actually yeah. So here I'll just do it for you. We're gonna
Okay.
say you had 240, so now you have 100 and what is that? 76.
176. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Um cool.
Oh, okay. I see where it is.
So now now that that's occurred, you're able to wordsmith, and even with your little stutters of um of trying to get words out, just the way that you say them in that sort of coaxing, hypnotic way that the silver allows you to do, um, kind of draws her back to your side, and she's like, and as that happens, also, Rune wakes up, is waking up, and able to speak for himself as well. But she kind of puts her sword back and calls off her other helper, and is like, "Well, Albus, next time, let us know if your uh, if the breacher is attempting any exhaustive rituals." Um, and they both kind of walk back out of the room in this, as you keep talking at them, needing to sustain kind of this verbal, like, good job, yeah, leave it to us. Well, you can leave now, type of, almost like Jedi mind trick type stuff. And without spending any spell slots, just consuming silver, something that you could do at any time, no matter how exhausted or depleted of resources you are in
Wow. As long
other
as you have
regards.
silver. You have
You
to have
have,
silver.
yeah. Um,
So
you
it
have,
is a resource. It's just the resource is money.
yeah.
So,
But
Chad,
that's cool. That's a
you
really cool
said that
ability.
you saw an astral projection while I was praying there. Uh, would it be useful to bring Albus to the trial so he can attest to what you saw?
What do you
Clearly,
think,
I was
Chad?
talking to someone at Asgard.
You talked to someone in Asgard? Oh my gosh, who did you talk to? I
I
prayed and
was
prayed and prayed, and I've never heard back really anything from any specific person.
well, Heimdall told me that he couldn't see me anymore, that I was out beyond the edge of Asgard's vision.
Heimdall talk to you. Oh my gosh. Uh Beyond the edge. I've never heard of anyone being able to talk to any of them before. I mean, we felt kind of emotional guidance uh and you know, that has helped us in many ways find meaning, but uh actual words and of that's incredible. But what does that mean?
Well, it means he can't see me. Then Heimdall can see all things in the cosmos, which tells me we're out beyond his vision. Bilica is far away from Asgard, is what he said. And he also told me they're kind of in the middle of a war with Jotunheim, so he's quite busy. I don't think he'll be taking too many more calls. But anyhow, symbolically, I owe him 4 beers next time we get to Jotunheim. But we have to drink the beer here first.
Oh, I like beer. uh and he like then takes the mug that you kind of blessed, like starts drinking it in his halfling way as he kind of
But
does
my
all the
question was more for Ted. Did what occurred here, is that of any use, do you think, in our trial? If you need someone to explain what you saw, or is it sufficient for you to tell them what you saw?
I don't know. What do you think, Tad?
I read the notice.
Okay. Yes, you opened this notice, which you didn't Rune wasn't awake to show. Um and so I will now share that with everybody. And I'll share it with Jacob as well, just cause. And then I'd like you to just
Wow.
read it word for word once you get it, Gary, just out for everyone to hear.
Radiant breacher, not creature. Okay.
Oh, is it not? Is it not coming out? Is it coming out as white for you guys? Give me a second.
Yeah, it's a little hard to read.
Okay, what if I do it?
Yep, there
Is
we
that
go.
okay? Cool. Tad, could you just read it out for us once you find it?
How do I get to it?
You go into your little side journal and you click on handouts, and under Zodar trial, it's right there.
Zodar prophecy.
Okay, well, we've got it up here with
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm
Why don't
not exactly sure how to get at it.
Darren, why don't you just read it?
Sure. There's
Oh,
a call to
journal.
testimony. Yeah, under Zodar trials, call to testimony.
Zodar trials. Call to testimony.
Yep. Do you want me to read it, or do you got it?
Unless Gary's got it, yeah.
If you, it's up to you. I think I found it. Let's
Read it.
see. The Hall of Speakers Special Counsel accuses you of all charges herein. The Factal of Growth accuses you of attacking the leaders of the Source Pact at Delphi Hexaldi meeting and inciting inner faction chaos. The Factor of Venture Factol of Ventures accuses you of coordinating with the Heralds of Havoc. The attack against the Source Pack's leadership at the Testine Network. Let's see. Factol of Dominion accuses you of, well, that's X'd out. Do I read that? Of conspiring with the Lightbringers, classified
Is it
by the
crossed
Hall
out
of
in the actual
Speakers.
note, Zach?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crossed out in the actual.
So are they not accusing him of that then?
It's crossed
I
out.
don't
I don't
know.
know. It's crossed out.
So it says sharing of this information publicly will result in additional legal punishment. Let's see. The Factol of Beyond accuses you of sourcing or souring Bilican water baron relations. The Factol of Sequence accuses you of disturbing the peace due to stage 3 void madness and calls for your custody in the Red Asylum, which will, with regular treatment from Mind's Eye facility. Oh, let's see. The Factol of Faith holds no accusation against you. See, after being given your allotted time to defend yourself before the Factals, the special counsel will decide the validity of these actions and what formal charges will be placed against you.
And sorry, I forgot to mention this when the Oni arrived. He would have mentioned that this missive is for the Hall of Speakers action on this coming Monday. Yeah,
And what day's today?
today is Friday. So give me an insight check, Gary.
We have 2 days to prepare.
As you say that, you kind of insight yourself and you're like, wait, no, sorry, 1 day to prepare. As the calendar goes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's the 6 days of the week per the rule of six. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
Okay.
Saturday. Yeah. Cool. And it is currently Friday in the afternoon. And you have received this missive. And this triggers you. This reminds you that you've probably got a lot of paperwork with more detail about all of this back at your office. And yeah, but
I have a question about your legal system. Am I innocent until proven guilty, or do they just have to make this accusation and we have to prove our innocence?
it's a lot more of a questionable thing. It's basically just a giant argument that gets voted upon at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm reading these, and I'm no litigator, but on item number 1, they accuse me of attacking. Actually, no one will find in all the witnesses that I attacked any of the leaders. I made no attack against any of the leaders of the Source Pack. Number 2, I have no coordination with the Heralds of Havoc or the Testine Network. I've never even been on the Testine Network. And again, I've made no attack on the source pack leaders. The factals of Dominion apparently want to accuse me of something that they want to keep classified, so I don't even know how we will discuss it. I don't know who the
Well,
light
is this
bringers are.
a fact finding?
Sorry.
Is this kind of initial opening arguments for a fact finding, or is
Yeah.
this
This is
full on?
this is the Hall of Speakers as letting you know as a defendant of order and your defendant what each of the factals initial opinions of the topic are. This is a testimony for a specific topic. There's probably various topics that are going to be discussed. And this topic is called The Fate of the Radiant Breacher, and the discussion time starts at 2 or 1400 and on Monday. Yeah.
Now, are the other defendants going to be there?
All of that information would arrive to your office desk.
Oh, so I have to
Yeah.
get back to the office to
Uh-huh.
figure this. All right.
Okay. But so far, as far as I can tell, I haven't done any of these things. As for souring the Bilican water baron relations, I'm not sure what to say about that one. It didn't seem like their relations were going that well to begin with when I showed up. Maybe that's a political thing and it's easy to throw me under the bus, but it's not my fault that the Zodar prophecy brought me here, and bad timing is maybe the best I could say.
And so, Tad, you're thinking about all these, and you're realizing that these are the 6 people who, at the end of the day, are going to, kind of interpret the results of the voting on the trial and create action upon it. And these are their current, what they're publicly current, or letting you know is their current opinions on the matter. And so you're gonna have to find a way to convince
All right.
each of
Well,
these.
I think that's
Yeah.
understood.
Yeah. Cool. So, at this, what are you guys doing as Alvis is like, an official summons there's going to be a trial about what?
Well, apparently they think my arrival here has caused them some problems, and they want to try me for that. If I could ask you to reach out to the faithful, if you have any, and ask spread the story about my faith here, and if they could vote for me when the time comes on the Lilitheric network. If they could attend the trial, that would help me greatly if we could get people voting in favor of my innocence.
I suggest we get back to the office and
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan
figure out
too.
more
Well,
precisely what we
Just make
need
sure to bring
do.
the beer to the office.
well, it's getting towards the evening. You guys and Tad, you kind of shake your head noddingly to this. As Rune, you look out through one of the windows and there's still light out. And you're getting a little suspicious as there's been the same amount of light this whole day, basically.
Right. One more thing, Albus, before we leave. If you could contact the other clergy in the Canal of Faith and explain to them as well that I need their support and the support of their followers, that would help greatly.
Are you sure you're leaving so soon? I could probably convince them to maybe let you stay here instead of being cooped up in some jail cell for so long.
Well, that's a generous offer. If that's up, if the constable here will allow me to stay here, that would be a very generous offer.
Maybe. Yeah. And as for I'm definitely gonna try and spread the word the way I try to. I mean, I can let the yeah. I mean, I I guess I could let that Furbog family know. Uh, you know,
Oh boy.
the the
You can
Raditar.
invite the other you can invite the other clergy here, and I could talk to them directly.
Well, yeah. I guess. I mean, I'm a, I'm pretty new, and I don't like
Oh
talking to
boy.
people of other faiths is a little bit
I,
daunting. But I mean, well, I could always contact Madumbi. Uh, she's definitely a stalwart patron. Uh, maybe potentially my last one. And
Okay, you do what you can. Ted, if I got a Ted, where do you think they're going to keep me up for the night? Is that going to be? Is that up to
Ted, you would
the
know that
guards?
there's
I'll have
holding.
you stay with me. That would
Uh,
be ideal, so I can make sure we make it there on time and everything's in order. And
so
if we need to get in contact with the preacher, what's his name,
Albus.
we'll be in touch. I
well,
don't think we I don't think we need him yet.
I don't know uh how we'll really connect with the Testine network down and all. And you're also thinking, Tad, you know that where they're gonna take where the captain had said from last time that they're gonna take him is to the prison cells that are like the temporary ones in the bottom of the hall of speakers. And you have like a general office that like all defendants, a kind of break room, are able to use there. But your real office back with the defensive order is through the teleportation circle there that you have access to that teleports you back to the
So
office
am I
across.
comfortable with him staying at with the in the longhouse or whatever it is?
Yeah, I mean it's your call. I mean he could stay here with Alvis and they could chat more, or he could be cooped up all alone in the prison cell at the hall of speakers. Um, but yeah, I think if you did nothing, the the guards would take them back on the boat and get over to the hall of speakers. So, um, but you could try and convince them to let him stay here. Alvis is like, it's been so long to have somebody, who's just so interesting and interested in the faith. And I'd love to talk to you about some eddas that I really want to interpret better. And had, I mean, I could get you a nice you could you could sleep in have a bed and back, and I could get a little cot for myself, and we could uh we could chat. I'd love to hear more about how you got here and how you became so powerful with a powerful cleric and all.
All right.
Sure,
Well, I
sure.
asked Rune what he's comfortable with.
I would rather stay here and talk to Albus, and I'm
So
trying to think of
would you
whether or not
rather
I
stay
can.
there?
Yeah, I would rather
I
stay here.
All right. So I'll ask the guards people if he can stay there till the.
Okay. So you walk yourself out to uh the captain there.
Yeah.
You see Captain Frigg is like, uh, well, good to see you, Tad. We don't want to spend too much time here as they're expecting us to get back to the hall of speakers with our subject here. Uh, is he ready to depart? Given his good word to the pantheon, lords, ladies, whatever. Uh, yeah.
So I just say I need to get going to work on my case, and he, the temple here has offered to keep him, and that's where he would rather stay if that's an option.
Well, uh, what do you? I mean, we were told to bring him back to the hall of speakers. Um, though. I mean, defending houses of key faction targets like this is something we're trained to do. Uh, but I mean, yeah. She's looking like a little questioning, but it's like we should probably take him back, though, right? Do you want to give a persuasion check? Or you didn't really phrase it as if you're persuading in either way direction. What do you want as Tad?
I mean, I'm kind of indifferent to it.
Okay. So you're not going to persuade, just going to let her decide and do all that?
There,
How
yeah.
much you? I think
What
your
did I roll? Like,
Do you want to persuade or not?
Oh,
yeah, I tried to persuade them.
oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see your roll. What'd you roll? What was your? I think. What is that?
I don't. I have a
17.
plus.
17. Okay, sorry.
I have a +7.
Yeah.
So I don't know
Cool.
if that includes it or not.
So with the 17, you kind of talk to her and she's like, okay, well, I guess, yeah, I'll send some harmonium to on the boat and let them know that we're basically doing keeping him under house arrest here at the Temple of Norse um, until told otherwise. I think the Oni mentioned right. It's going to be in on Monday is the trial, right? Uh, so and she starts
Yeah,
talking to her own guy.
it needs to be at the Hall of Speakers on Monday.
Yeah. So she looks over to one of her subordinates and is like, okay, go let the rest of the hall speakers know that we're gonna do house arrest here. Uh, uh, I guess it does make sense. If anyone objects, come let me know. But we're gonna need a standard 2 days of plus or minus of house arrest here. So um, cool. And she like sends them off, and then they like keep standing on guard around everywhere. Um, and
So
you see
yeah, I don't
Albus is
know if
like,
it's
I don't know. I don't know if I guess it's great for you to be here, but I don't know if all these guards are gonna really make anyone want to come in here. But uh, yeah.
well. I only have one other request, in is that if you could contact that lady with the things coming out of her head, the raconteur, and let her know that I'm offering to have an interview with her on account of she might want to let the people know about the Zodar prophecy, and if they have any interest in talking to me, I'd be willing to say a good word for myself, at least to the people directly.
Wow. You want to talk to the raconteur?
Well,
Yeah.
she wanted to talk to me, and we didn't have much time for an interview, but I'd be willing to talk to her if she has time.
You definitely have been to Bilica soon. I mean, only for a little bit. Just so you know, the raconteur appreciates the they and them pronouns pretty famously. So just take that to note. But yeah, uh, the raconteur, uh, uh, definitely, I could try and get a hold of them. I mean, I'm just a lowly cleric, but I'll try and maybe I'll go out and push some buttons. I was just about to head down to rest. It's been a big day for me studying, the Eddas and all. But maybe I can just make you feel at home, and we can chat a little bit, and then tomorrow I can
Sure, sure.
go out for
That
that.
sounds
Hey,
good.
before your council leaves, I'd like to let you both know, like, I uh uh Medumi, oh, she's so great. um, but she uh as an artificer of the Fizartsu Forges, is adept with magical artifacts, and gave me a this sending stone, which is pretty nice. That way, she's really busy, and that way she doesn't have to actually come here in person. And I can, preach to her on the phone, and that way she doesn't have to come anymore. And I'm all alone. But yeah. But
Who's
um,
on the other side of the sending stone?
uh, oh, she's really great. She's like the coolest person ever, and um, she's a
Oh
gnome
boy.
from the Bizarre Forges, and she's super smart and super driven, and uh talented and things. And well, my dad really sold her on all the Norse um mythology and everything. And she really appreciates the kind of weapon making spirit of some of the pantheon and things. And I've been really studying and finding some good you know little poems for her and stuff from the Edda library. And uh it's just so nice to hear her voice over the phone, you know. And yeah,
What's your point? What are you asking me for something?
what I was saying was that if since the Testine network is down, you Tad, was it? Uh if you go find her, she's doing regular shifts from noon to 400. Uh those four shift blocks in a row every day. She's very hardworking at the Fizarzi Forges. But if you go find her and explain the situation, I mean, I'll let her know over the sending stone as well. But you could take the sending stone, and that way you could have easy access to your client uh, as he's held up here for.
Oh,
You
that
know,
would be
oh,
helpful.
days.
That would be very helpful.
That would be very helpful. Thank you. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
And then maybe because she doesn't have the sending stone, she'd have to come in person, right? And then we'd be able to maybe. Okay. Well, here, sit down. He gets all the beer out and everything, and then he's like, let's never mind my aspirational love life. You, what? Um, tell me how you got here and your story, man. It must be super exciting. What spelljammer did you take, and how did you get like so far from and where exactly did you? Yeah. And
Okay. So I guess at that, Chad, I'm going to be here with Albus, and you can go prepare. And I guess the guards, the harmonium guards, some are staying and some are going. I feel like we're kind of wrapping this up here.
yeah,
All right, so I head off to my office
cool.
to try and
As you
figure
as
out.
you, as you head off uh through the streets of the Canal of Faiths and saying bye to the harmonium guards, and walking your way uh towards uh the Hall of Speakers, we kind of zoom out as we see through the window the what is sorry Alvis and Rune kind of shooting the shit, and uh he's like, oh my gosh, so what spelljammer did you take? I've always wanted to ride one of those. How'd you get here? What kind of stuff do you explain to him?
Uh, what's a spell jammer?
A spelljammer, like a ship through the astral sea, you know?
Oh, a
They're
ship.
coming over
Yeah.
from ports.
Yeah, we have ships in Asgard. That's not how I got here, though. Um, we were attacked by Jotunheim, and the Jotun had attacked my village in Asgard. There's a war in Asgard right now. It's probably
So
not good news for you to hear.
you as we zoom out of this scene, you definitely like move the conversation back to the Asgard side as he becomes really excited about learning all these things about Asgard and culture stuff, and away from how exactly you got here. And uh, uh, we we zoom out as Tad makes his way the only maybe 400 feet, but through the back alleys and like small uh, crevices and things of like these various different churchlets and things, um, all the way to uh, the Hall of Speakers. And as you guys you're doing that, we're going to pan back over to our friend who's uh, uh, kind of caged up in this
Hooray.
cage over here. Sorry, give me a
The
second.
dungeon.
I'm no longer in pain though, right?
Uh, cool. So
Or
within
am I?
you see this as you're kind of taking in this whole thing. The Hadozi next to you, who's been a little bit the one who is kind of really following the rules and everything seems to be pretty quiet and is just kind of like pacing back and forth, like um looking out the bars and pretty obviously like eyeing like all of the different guards and their like rotations as they're kind of walking around and everything.
Yep.
And
All
you see
right.
him start to like um crack his like knuckles and like limbs and things and like move stuff in like ways that probably shouldn't be able to be moved.
Yep.
As
Understood.
yeah. What are you doing there as you're also next to this centaur who's just bawling.
Why is he sad or happy? He seemed to be happy he was here before. I'm confused.
Oh, you can talk to either of them. What are you doing?
I don't are these the only people in the room that I'm now in?
Yeah, you guys are in a cell together. Yeah.
We're just all okay, we're just all in a cell. How big is the cell?
It's like 10 by 10. You're like right next to each other. They
Oh,
said it was
great.
temporary. Yeah,
Great.
temporary holding cell while they find a place for you guys. Yeah.
Well, uh gonna the Hadazi is the monkey man, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna lean in or kind of uh, limp over closer to him. Is he always like that?
Who? That guard over there? Seems like
Uh,
he does always
no.
walk just
The the
door side
centaur
about every 5 minutes and then back.
crying. Your friend, the centaur. He's crying, ain't he?
Oh, we're not friends. We're just aligned in
Well,
our
you're both heralds,
goals.
aren't you? I'm not a herald. They just confused me with the herald.
Shh. We need to keep our allegiances down here. Have you ever been in
Do
prison before?
do, do we though? I think we're kind of cooked either way.
Well, all those little peeping eyes out there behind those bars are all the other cellmates that uh, are gonna watch as once I find the right time, I'm gonna escape.
All right. Great. Well, well, if you ever want a break from being constantly on edge over there, and if you ever want a break from crying, uh, I'm gonna all are the guards actively looking at us?
They like glance at you like every once in a while, but they're also like walking around on rotation, like looking at the other cells too. Yeah.
Okay, so they are looking at us occasionally, though. It's not like there are bars, right? It's not like we're
Yeah,
easily visible.
there's bars and you guys are hanging like in the middle of the courtyard. And so you're the most visible out of all the cells because the other ones are like kind of your standard cells with three walls of stonework and then one of bars that look out onto
Got
the
it.
courtyard. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'll wait for a guard to pass by, and then I want to ask one of the guards, how long are we normally gonna be here?
Uh, you see this like gruff, like uh, um, kind of tiefling, with like very beef stature. It's like, ugh, well, uh, the last time we had someone on a temporary location, we just left them up there for weeks. They don't feed you when you're up there, so it's nice to just wait and see you start squirming from the madness. And yeah,
All the guards are such pleasant fellows. It's really really a treasure to be sentenced here.
mm-hmm. He just keeps walking.
Well, hopefully they don't take these away. If either of you ever want to be take a break from trying to futilely escape, I have some cards here. I'll start shuffling cards, and if none of them join me, I'll play like some solitaire or other
Yeah,
games.
as you shuffle cards, you see that the centaur who's crying looks up and especially he's like, oh, cards, cards in a prison cell. Oh my god, this is gonna be such a cool experience. And like cries goes over, it's like,
Are
sorry,
are
wait, I
you
was trying to be
okay?
sad.
Oh, you don't need to be sad all the time. I try to make the best of every situation I'm in.
I'm just one of the reasons I was really excited about being here was feeling the feeling of being sad about being here, being all locked up and alone. I've never been in prison before, but I just want to experience all the experiences,
Just calm
the
down.
solitude,
Hey,
the
you'll
destitute,
you'll
the
be here.
camaraderie,
You'll be here a
the
while. Calm down. You'll be here a while. You'll feel all those things in time. But right now, let's play some cards. Eh?
okay. As you guys start to break out cards, uh, uh, the centaur says to the Dozy, "What about you? You want to break from attempting to break out or whatever?" And the Dozy's like, "Attempting." And he like, as the guard leaves, like does some like double jointed movement in his arm and like gets his skinny body like through the bars somehow, and like finagles his way like onto the outside of the hanging bars. Somehow like the fabric of his like uh squirrel
Oh,
skin like deplodes like to like allow him to like crack a rib and like get out of the bar.
he's actually just escaping. He's just sending it.
Yeah, he's just sending it as uh
Okay.
as he quickly like holds on to the outside of the bars and then like jumps off and you see him like glide and try and aim for like the top of one of the cells, um like over the outside of the courtyard. As he's like going down, there's a couple seconds where you're like, oh my
I'm gonna
god.
turn to the centaur and say, "Well, he's dead."
And as you say that, from one of the watchtowers, this uh cannon like rotates really fast, um and charges up as he glides for like a couple seconds and then shoots a lightning bolt, the spell lightning bolt, but it is 6 times larger than a normal
Yeah,
lightning bolt spell, and it just zips him out of like out of the sky, and he just evaporates into like nothingness
dust.
and just
Yeah,
insta dies. Uh, and
good.
you see all of the guards around her just chuckle like, yeah. That's why we call it the fly swatter or whatever, or the my god, the fly zapper. And good luck up there, little birdies. And then they kind of like keep going around as they are just nonchalant about just killing somebody.
Yeah, well, I got to
As
say, I'm really loving this new place I'm in.
and you see the uh, the centaur's like, wow, wow. I mean, I've experienced death before many times, like seeing it, but seeing someone just eviscerated like that, so that's such a cool experience. Wow. And uh it's just like, man, have you ever thought about how you want to die? I mean, I've died multiple times before.
Hopefully, a
But
long time from now, a long ways from here.
mm, well,
I can't say. I'm glad he did try, though. I have to say, I was curious to see how good their defenses exactly were. Can't say trying to get out didn't cross my mind.
uh yeah. Well, I I am a little worried, which I'm excited that I'm feeling worried because worried is a cool feeling to feel. But I am worried that uh, being locked up in here will just reduce the amount of potential experiences that I can experience. And that's, as the sensei that I am, I that's like my meaning. And
As
you know,
the sorry, what did you say? Is that?
sensate. Yeah.
Oh, sensate. Got it. Okay. Got
But back when I was at the fest hall, uh, before I chose to have the experience of being indoctrinated as a herald of havoc, uh, yeah, I definitely took them up on those resurrection call out resurrection to be able to be killed. I mean, they give you one free resurrection just to experience how it feels to die. Uh, and I really wanted to make it gruesome, so I like just made them kind of like rip open pieces of my flesh, and some of my friends really wanted to like see like what it would
it.
taste like for like
My
centaur
face
meat.
is going to
And so,
visibly contort for a moment, and then I'm going to attempt to put a facade over it. We'll see if he notices that momentarily.
he just keeps going as he's just like really excited
Got it.
about like, retelling all the experiences. And he's
So
like,
he didn't notice.
and he's like, yeah. And some of my friends wanted to just like eat the flesh off me. I was like, well, yeah, I'm totally down for that. That's a really cool experience. And then, so we went for it, and man, just feeling like the
I'm
blood
going to
drip out of
attempt to
you as
tune him out and play solitaire by myself.
okay. It's like he just goes on a rampage. Like,
But
wow,
but
the experience.
occasionally I'll be like nodding and be like, oh, uh-huh,
He's like,
but
oh
not paying attention.
man, this is such a cool experience. Just like talking in a jail cell before. I mean, out of all the cool things I've done, I've never actually been in jail. It seems like easy bucket list thing to do. But yeah, man. Okay, sorry.
Ask him to
Uh,
try a month of silence.
I
um,
could. I don't think he'd get very far.
Jacob, you need to work on your friends a lot more.
This was not my fault. I am not anyone's friend here. I am pretending to be their friend.
You keep saying that, but
What do
okay,
you
so
mean? I was teleported here randomly, and I've known no one for longer than like 30 seconds
okay.
since
Uh,
I've gotten here.
as you're playing solitaire, try and give me a wisdom saving throw as you're trying to kind of zone out the like obnoxiousness of this other guy.
I have to make a wisdom saving throw to
Yeah,
zone out
sure.
his obnoxiousness.
17. You keep yourself stalwart and are really really focused in on this solitaire. You're just like, okay, this card. Just as you're focused in, you then get jump scared as a like gargoyle like float comes down from somewhere and like goes against your the outside of your bars. And you see it's got like a official looking hat on, and the gargoyle is just like swinging there with you guys as you're going from either side. And it's like, you should have seen your faces. Well, we're pulling you up now. And Centaur, stay right there. We're just looking for this rabbit guy. And you see the chain starts like pulling all three of you guys up as he just look.
You mean all
Point.
two of us, right? Because the Hattersy is now dust.
Well, yeah, but the gargoyle is there too, being pulled up.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
Once you guys get pulled up to like the level where your kind of the crane arm, I guess, is like in level with this platform that allows you to like get off. The guard like does take out a key and put it into a keyhole to open the bars or whatever, and like attempts to like grapple you out of there.
I mean, I'll go willingly.
Yeah.
Can I attempt to see where he puts the keys?
Yeah. Give me investigation check.
Investigation is such a bad roll. No. Whatever.
You see this guy is like completely stoned and he's only got like a loincloth on and a hat, and that's it. And you see him like put it behind him, and with a 6 you can't really tell like where, but he does it pretty deftly, like he like doesn't have to look at it. So I don't know, but you're really not sure where these keys go from. You're like, wait, is he just like sucking them into his stone body? Who knows?
Yep.
Yeah. So he pulls you out and kind of like pushes you down the hall as behind the centaur like lets the thing close and lock again. And he's like, wow, I mean your cellmate being dragged out like that, such a cool experience, bro. And and then he like pushes you along the hall, and you end up getting pushed into basically your classic like straight out of a movie like room where there's a door on each end, a table in the middle, a little light, and it's a stark contrast from the like ambient light sources that were outside. It's like this is like a completely dark room except for the singular like magical torch lamp. Jacob, you're muted, and you are like forced to kind of sit down.
Is this a cell or is it an interrogation room?
It's basically an interrogation room. Yeah.
Okay.
And the gargoyle like throws you in, like closes the door, and there's just like 2 chairs and a table there. Yeah. Do you like you see the door on the other side like opening, but do you do anything?
No, I'm just gonna walk. I'll walk over. They put me in the chair, right?
They didn't actually force you to sit in the chair. They just kind of threw you into the room. But
there's 2 chairs though, one on each side.
There's 2 chairs.
I'll sit in one of the chairs. I'll kind of limp over with the cane and sit in the chair, put the cane on my lap.
Okay. You see like lumbering out of this door, which it's like a big door, but even for that, this kind of like burly, like bear like creature comes out, which let me describe here. So I want you to imagine like a size large humanoid bear with like full on decked out like paladin-y looking armor with like the little decorations and like design work and everything, with kind of like a red and white like motif where there's just a couple of bracer panels that are like red, and then this kind of silver design work like all the way down the armor, like super decked out. And he's got like a gray cloak that like comes into like 2 little breast buckle things, and like there's various different like weaved fabrics that are like slightly glowing, like that are like all through his like kind of portly chest portion, and he seems to be holding various different scrolls in like holsters like on his hips, and he's got like totally cladded boots and everything, but no helmet on, as his like bare like face is out, and his just like jet blue eyes are like pure blue and like glowing. And he just kind of walks into the room, and is like, well, thanks for being such an orderly uh, inmate and sitting down. You know, sometimes we like to let people just have a little moment in the room by themselves, and they throw things and break things, but we appreciate you for, getting right to business. And you see he kind of like turns the little dial and like brightens up the like torch lamp arcanotech thing. And he like kind of sits down in the bigger chair on the other side, and says, let's see, inmate 314253, right? As he kind of just reads off the numbers on your thing there.
Yeah. To be honest, I hadn't even read
it. And you see, he's like, well, for such a humble and fragile man like yourself, I see a violent heart. And he kind of like gives you a wink at your little cane there, and he's like, I'm glad we're able to support disabled people like you, teach them to fight back when the time arrives. And you see him kind of say, well, I don't know if you know, but I am Grixin. The name is on the prison. And while here in the Supremacy, we employ lots of punishments and things, I don't report to the Archdevil of the Supremacy. I report to the Source Pact itself. And while I truly do believe in the damaging punishments that we give out here, my vision goes beyond that to how we as Source Pact society can create a more impactful form of justice. And I think that your particular set of skills and what my sources have told you have done towards a particular powerful individual in our society shows that you have some skills that I might be able to leverage and give you a little bit more pleasantries in your time here, should you, or in your time wherever you may.
I'm guessing
I'm
I
here,
don't really have a choice in this, though, do I?
and he kind of like slaps down a piece of paper and it's like, now while I'm here to officially give you this missive for the Zodar trials, they just say they're asking for testimony for the Warden Killer. But I want you to know that we could potentially have a congenial relationship here in this hellhole of punishment and pain. And let's just say that given your popularity amongst the folks up top, things could be swayed to transfer you out of here. And
Popularity.
I would be the person they'd need to talk to make that happen. And
I see.
if you're willing to do the things that I want, then maybe, just maybe, I'll think about the potential for, I don't know, giving you a couple things you want. You see, the Red Asylum has been a stain upon uh, Bilica since, well, since forever. And I think that madness and mad people shouldn't be cared for. And that in the society of dwindling resources, we should spend so much effort on making some pretty garden lawn for crazies to just puke. And I think instead that all those crazy damn bad motherfuckers should just die. And that, those who aren't crazy should be given near death experiences until they change and they end up better people. And let's just say the world doesn't work like I want right now. But I think that with someone of your assassinative skills and your seemingly current anonymity, that
So you want me to be your private assassin?
if someone like you managed to end up
Have
in
you
an
responded to anything that I've said or just kept talking?
yeah,
Because you just kept talking. Okay.
he understands. He's just very commanding
Okay.
and
Got it.
is willing to let you say things when he wants. He's not just holding you for anything. But he's like, yes, if you were to assassinate certain Red Asylum members for good this time, and kind of work from the inside to take down that organization, that would be very pleasurable and very nice for me, and help me towards making this society a better place. Now, you hear what I'm hearing? Are you interested in any of what I'm talking about?
As for hearing, my ears are quite large, as you can see.
Good one. Well,
I am curious though. You said I was popular up top. I had no idea. What are they saying about me?
well,
I didn't think I was too special, to be honest.
let's just say up top is in the few people I got on my side of the table. But most people don't know about you at all.
See, that's what I thought.
They think you're just another one of them damn heralds of havoc, who, a lot of them, which end up in these halls right here and are so fun to play.
Well, I am not one of them.
Now, how am I supposed to trust you on that?
Well, if you have any witnesses, you'll know I actually fought against them and slew a couple after I realized what they were.
Yeah, I got those notes too, and I'll let you know.
Why would I be with them if I would have killed them?
Well, Heralds of Havoc are true anarchists. They kill each other all the time. What's the now? This little contract, this little dealing, this little agreement that I'm proposing here doesn't work if someone's a pure anarchist and doesn't play by the rules. Here, in the supremacy, here in the source pack, we value order above most all other things. And so
Well,
I'm gonna
you really think a Herald of Havoc would have been sitting so politely in the chair as you walked in?
yeah, you provide good points. But I'm just saying, I need you to earn the orderly description that you give yourself by staying so. And should that be the case when the time comes, maybe we can work on fleshing out the details of this potential agreement we got here. So, what do you say? Is violence for some fresh air agreeable to you?
To be honest, I don't know very much about this place. You wouldn't believe me if I told you how I got here, but I'm not from here. I'm not from Bilica.
Ah, well,
And to be honest, I don't know myself
where'd you
how
gain
I got here.
where'd you gain your martial prowess from? Are you a gladiator of the Rock of Brawl, or
Mm, where? Uh,
are you? Did you work with the gift?
I'm just a simple sailor on the sea, and in Providence. I don't know. Have you heard of the Shadowfell?
I haven't heard of the Shadowfell, but I've met quite a many sailors out there in the Astral Sea. Uh, but never, I've never been out in the Astral Sea. In a couple decades
All
now.
all
Yeah.
all I do is escort shipments and occasionally uh, fight some pirates whenever I get a chance. Which is why I fought against the Heralds. They seem very much like pirates.
Yeah. Well, pirates take loot, and I'm asking if you're willing to take lives. And pirates take money, and I'm asking if you're wanting time.
I don't know what I'm trying to say is I don't know very much about this place. I don't know how bad these people are you want me to kill.
Well,
I I I only kill people if I think they deserve it.
the Red Asylum makes a whole industry out of abusing and wasting resources on crazy people who will never get better. And I think that those resources could be used to better cull the population towards, those high functioning individuals uh, that make Bilka a better place. And I'll just give you this missive and let you simmer on the potential here. And it kind of just like leaves the thing that you haven't even talked about, paper on the table, and just
Yep.
gets up and then takes out a like a this metal rod with like a fat end on the back of it, um, uh, and from the back of his thing, and then like hits a like stamps on the ground, and like up from one side of the room, like part of it flips open, and like this like boiling, like sizzling fire water type stuff occurs, and he starts putting the rod in, and it's like, nevertheless, to keep up appearances, it's my signature. It's kind of my thing to sign my victims. And he's like, and he kind of like takes out his little branding thing, and like puts it in there, and like holds it up to you, super flaming. It's like, but you know what? You're a curious one to me, so I'll let you choose where you want my signature. And he kind of is like, now and then he like leans in and whispers, and before he kind of lets you respond, it's like, this rub this brand to let me know that you want to talk, regardless of whether you're in here or whether in the future you're out on a mission for me.
Terrific. Wonderful. That's not terrible at all. Um to be able to have someone to just track me wherever I go, even if I get released.
You can take an insight check, please.
I would actually very much like to take an insight check. Yes, insight check. Wow. Okay. Well, I was rolling good earlier, so.
I mean, words as he's talking, it doesn't seem like this is gonna track you. It's just it allows you to let him know that you want to talk.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I
But
don't know. I guess.
it might track you. You know, that's with a 9. But he also
Yeah.
says sorry, he says yeah. So where do you want the brand to be?
Uh, right below left shoulder.
Okay. So right below your left shoulder, he like puts it on, and it's excruciating. Like you definitely do you scream out or do you
I grimace and attempt to not yell, but wince definitely.
yeah, so he pulls back your uniform and does that. This actually reduces your HP, max HP by 1. As he whispers
What?
into your ear, he's like,
Permanently?
yeah. As he
What?
whispers into your ear, he's like, now that I've marked you, I can message you through this mark. But should you heal this brand, I will know, and I'll consider our relationship deeply sour. And he kind of growls.
Okay.
Now, read whatever the fuck this letter is and get back to me on how I can help you. And
Is he gonna stay in this room or does he
no,
leave?
he then leaves. He's probably got lots of stuff to do. He
Okay.
kind of, and you're given a moment here just in the room with this letter, which I just sent you guys, I think. Do you want to read it out for everybody?
Call to testimony, Warden Killer. That's me. Time 1200. Details. The Hall of Speakers Council accuses you of all charges herein. Fact of growth and venture accuse me of killing the Red Warden. The fact of dominion aims to convict you with a life sentence at the Grexit prison. Fact of beyond holds no accusations. Fact of sequence accuses me of killing the Red Warden. Yeah, okay. Fact of faith holds no accusations. Okay. After being given your allotted time to defend yourself before the factals, the special counsel will decide the validity of these accusations and what formal charges will be placed against me. Well, I think it's pretty cut and dry. I mean, I did. Technically it wasn't me. Technically, but
As the doors
but
behind you open, as you take all this information in, um, and you're kind of dragged by this gargoyle out of the room. We fade from this as you
can
are
I still
thinking.
have the letter? Do I get to keep the letter or not?
They leave. You know what? Sure, yeah, they allow you to keep the letter. And it's just normal paper, so they could burn it anytime.
No, I know.
And
Yeah.
but as you leave, you think back to Tad and other legal representatives that you saw at the thing, and kind of wonder if there's any way you can get some help and with this. As you're thinking about that, we're going to transition back to
Wait,
Tad himself.
how would I don't know. I have no idea where I am, bro. I don't know which way is up. What do you mean? How am I thinking about how I'm gonna get some help with this? I don't know that lawyers exist here.
You
I
did
mean,
see some of them, and you're
yeah, I
laughing
didn't know that. I
around here.
saw some people in fancy clothes. I had no idea that they were whether they're lawyers or not.
Yeah.
And considering that they just, captured me and immediately put me in a torture prison, I'm not really thinking that this is a very jury-based, trial-based system here
Yeah.
that would have
Um.
lawyers
So, Tad,
or any court of law.
you walk yourself through the sights and sounds of the uh kind of temples and other things. And at this time of the day, most people are kind of ending their festivities or their um, uh, rituals and other things like that. And it's kind of like slowing down. And you make your way to the hall of speakers. Um, uh, and you walk across the courtyard in front of it, past the like big statue of the lady with who's holding up the kind of tourist that you see every day as you kind of do your stuff here, and you enter into the back entrance, and find your way to the little break room area next to the teleportation circle, which you use you have a little key ring on you that has like the symbol of the order, defensive order, and you use that to get in through the back door and then to get into the break room. And you also know you can use that to teleport to um, the defense rest, which is where your office is. There is a little mailbox here.
The defense rests. That's a good pun.
Yeah. And you check this little mailbox here, which has kind of some of the duplicates of. Sometimes it has duplicates of things that go to your office. And you see that it has four different calls to defense, which I'm going to share with you. So you've got four new job job offers basically, which is a lot more than you normally get. But I'm sending them to everybody. The first three of which seem pretty standard and seem like things that you know about. Several of them reference your agreed upon continued allegiance with the source pack farmers. And then one of them seems to be written up by the like a harmonium guy or some probably the one that Captain Frigg sent ahead, that shows your that shows that you're going to defend this radiant creature. So it should be able to have all of them there. Are you guys able to see them?
Defense.
Are they all white? Wait, why are they white?
The defense 2 is white for me, but the others I can read.
Oh, okay. Interesting. They don't look that way for me.
Yeah, I can't see call to defense number 2.
Okay, well, why don't you just read them so that we can get a sense of what things you're being called to defend.
Let's see. Let's see. Call to defense number 1. To search for justice for those source farmers killed by the heralds of havoc. attack at the Swords Pact Hexaldi meeting at Delphi.
So that was the meeting that you were
So
in.
that's one.
Yeah. Do you understand that one?
Then call to defense number 2 is yes. Call to defense number 2 is blank.
Okay. Well, I don't know why that one's being. Oh, I do know why that's. Okay, wait. Now let's see. I put it in the wrong spot. That's what.
Let's see. Call Fate of the Radiant Breacher to defend Rune Halfdane from the unfair and or wrongful conviction.
Cool. So that one's the one that seemed to be like really quickly written to you from the harmonium thing just to get the ball rolling secretarially. And this last one is
Let's see. Call to defense number 3 to extract compensation funding from the Source Pact coffers. Pay for the resurrection of the Source farmers slain in the Heralds of Havoc attack at the Source Pack Hexaldi meeting of Delphi.
So this is the first time you've heard about the Source farmers wanting to get money for resurrecting their friends, but I mean, 4 or more of the farmers that you were representing at the meeting did die, and you know that they're not. You know they do have like power and influence in a certain regard, but I mean that they don't have that much money, and so this is the first time that you've heard of them wanting to get
Well,
funding.
I told them I would try and get
Uh-huh.
resolutions for them.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay.
Call
So
to testimony, Warden Killer. Let's see.
there you go.
The Hall of Speakers Special Counsel accused.
Yeah. So we don't need to read that one actually, but so you're here.
Okay.
It's kind of later in the day, and there isn't any speaking happening here at the Hall of Speakers. Are you just going to go through the teleportation circle to the defense rest to get back to your office?
Can I go interview the people that are captured, accused of the crime, or who are they? The Heralds of Havoc and
you think about all
Killer?
that. You would know that they're probably being held up in the Grixit prison right now, which is on the other side of town. And should you teleport over to the defense rest, which is over here on the map, it would
okay,
be
I'll do
closer.
that then.
Yeah. So you go over to this like large rune in the ground, kind of on one side of this big kind of mess hall back conference place where like almost like a teacher's lounge. And you then like put your ring into the center of it and teleport over to the defense rest, which I don't have interiors for, but I have a little map for. So let's see if I can get that to work. Uh-huh. Okay. Um, cool. So, the defense rest is a pretty defendable area actually. Up in one of the mountains that's kind of in between the farmlands and the bazaar. Um, and you kind of appear there inside this little hut over here. And so let's put your little character there. Um, yeah, so you're there and you know that your friends are probably hanging out after the craziness that went down in the tavern up here towards the north of the building, um, as in the other defensive order representatives that were there. But you can choose which one of these little huts is your office,